यूट्यूब का भी हो गया, यूट्यूब का हो गया। Good morning to all faculty members, researchers, scholars, and the participants joining us both offline and online. We hope everyone had an engaging and enriching first day. Today's session are thoughtfully designed to focus on intellectual property, artificial intelligence in research, research ethics, project execution, and proposal development, which are critical pillars of effective scientific project management. To begin the day, we have our first session focusing on the role of intellectual property in academia and how research outcomes can be translated into real world impacts. Before inviting our speaker, Dr. Archana Chaudhary, it is my privilege to briefly introduce her. Dr. Archana Chaudhary is an accomplished professional currently serving as the executive manager at IIT Indore, where she heads the intellectual property rights management and techno commercialization division. She holds a doctoral degree in chemistry and has qualified GATE in chemical sciences and possesses a postgraduate diploma in intellectual property rights. With over 30 research publications, Dr. Chaudhary has played a pivotal role in strengthening IIT Indore's innovation ecosystem. Under her leadership, the institute recorded an 83% increase in patent filing in 2025, with 75 Indian patent applications filed in 2024 and 67 patents approved under the AICTE Kapila scheme. She has also spearheaded the establishment of an in-house patentability search facility and developed a technology readiness level questionnaire to support the systematic technology assessment and commercialization. I would like to call upon Dr. Debalina to present a flower bouquet to Dr. Archana Chaudhary as token of gratitude. I am delighted to invite Dr. Archana Chaudhary to deliver her lecture. Welcome, ma'am.
नवप्रीत, इस पे पॉइंटर काम नहीं कर रहा है। अभी इसको मिनिमाइज करना पड़ेगा ना शायद। इसको मिनिमाइज करना पड़ेगा। एवरीवन, एक्सक्यूज मी। अभी क्या शेयर नहीं, इसको स्टॉप शेयर लगाना।
वन टाइम शेयर करने के बाद क्लिक करना।
माइक कहाँ है इसके अंदर? नहीं है। है?
म्यूट एंड अनम्यूट।
ओके। Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So today I'll be discussing about the role of intellectual property right in academia, and if we are having any kind of intellectual property, how we can get them commercialized to get some monetary benefit out of it. So briefly, I'll be discussing about, first of all, a brief about the IP. What is IP? Then mainly, if we talk about the academic system, patents are the most important type of IP. Then we'll be discussing about the role of lab notebook, that how to maintain your data when we are trying to secure an IP. Then as an academician, we are always in a doubt that whether we should be going for publication or we should be going for filing a patent. Then how to do the patentability search. Again, we will be discussing about commercialization, that whether we should be going for the licensing or we should have a startup. Then some challenges in the tech transfer, and what are the success factor for that, and what are the benefits of technology transfer for academic institution, industries, as well as the society. So these are the references of my talk, and something out of my experience I'll be sharing here. So first question arises that what is intellectual property? Rice will be talking later. What is intellectual property? As the word suggests, intellect means something that is being generated out of your mind. That is intellect. Then we talk about the property. Property in the same manner. You are owning a house. Same, you have that property. That is being generated out of your intellect. It is having the same kind of value as, like you are owning a house, it has definitely has some value. Same kind of value is having your intellectual property. Then property you are having a house, but how do we know that? We go and get the registry out of it. Then we know that this property belongs to me. Then I can say that I have the ownership of this property. Same, if you get your intellectual property register, then it is known as the intellectual property rights. And how to register, that we'll be discussing in the later slide. So legal rights given to protect interest of the creator. That creation may be in the form of, these are the different kind of IPR when we talk about with respect to India. First of all, the patents. Then we have copyrights. Again, we have trademarks. Then we have industrial design. We have geographical indications and layout designs of semiconductors for ICs. Plants breeders' right, and we have trade secrets. But as we are in the academic setup, these are the four important kind of rights that we can have. That is patent, copyright, trademarks, and industrial designs. So, as we are living in this world, first question arises, why to protect? Because as a person, what we say, that everything should be free of cost, everybody should be having the equal rights, but practically it is not possible. So question arises, why to protect? First of all, encourage innovation. Just imagine you all are the students or the faculty member who's doing research. One of your colleague joined in the same time duration with you, but what they did, they innovate, they got the intellectual property rights and they got it commercialized. They earn a good revenue out of it. Now they are owning a BMW and you are still coming in your simple car. So definitely your mind will go at a label, okay, why shouldn't I innovate? So that will encourage you further. Second is, this is a kind of reward system. As a government, they have the responsibility that the person who's doing good, they all should be rewarded. Same we can see in the colleges or school as well. If there won't be any grading system, no one will study. People or students are studying because they are getting rewarded. They are getting reward in the form of marks, in the form of grade. Same is the innovation. Next is the global competitiveness. We all are aware that we are still behind many of the Western countries because they are owning a lot of IPR and out of that they are getting a good revenue. So it becomes more important to have the global competitiveness. Then this is the kind of incentive for the investment. We are in the academic setup. Any of the research group finds a solution that is being commercialized, or if there are multiple faculties, as if we talk about IIT Indore, we have transferred more than 7 technologies. Still many are like in pipeline. We are having discussion with multiple industries, and we have a startup as well out of our technologies. Then this is the kind of impression among the industry that okay, these are the people who are working hard to get the solution which can be implemented in the real life as well as in the industry. So they all are the example of that patent. We know what kind of technology is being used here. Then copyrights. Then these are the example of trade secret. Actually, that I will be discussing about trade secret later on, that what it is. Then this is a kind of industrial design. Then trademarks and geographical indication. So I think it's better to discuss here only. Patent is, if you are giving any kind of technical solution for a problem, then it can be registered under the patent. Copyrights, how you are expressing something. You are writing a poem, you are expressing in the form of dance, then you can get a copyright for it. And as discussed yesterday as well, that copyright, immediately if you are presenting, you are expressing something, immediately you are having the ownership of it. Trade secret, actually there is no law for protecting it. They are protected by the confidential agreement between the parties and the person involved. Then we have this industrial design. If you want to sell something just because it is looking good, that can be registered under the industrial design. Then trademark, you start a business, you get a fame out of it, you are having a good name in the market, then it becomes a trademark. They also need to be registered. Geographical indication, Darjeeling tea. Naam sunte hi we all know that what we are talking about. Basmati rice, Kolhapuri chappal. They all are the example of the geographical indication that if something is originated from a particular place and having a specific value, having a specific identity, that is registered under geographical indication. आइडिया आपने दिया है, तभी मैंने बोला ना एक्सप्रेशन ऑफ आइडिया. आइडिया कैन नॉट बी कॉपीराइटेड. जब तक आपने मन में बहुत अच्छी स्टोरी सोची हुई है, एक यू वांट टू हैव अ फिल्म आउट ऑफ इट, आपने सिर्फ सोच के रखा हुआ है, उसको एक्सप्रेस नहीं किया है इन एनी फॉर्म, देन हाउ इट कैन बी प्रोटेक्टेड. सो एक्सप्रेशन ऑफ आइडिया कैन बी प्रोटेक्टेड, नॉट द आइडिया ओनली. जब तक वो आपके दिमाग में है, आपकी प्रॉपर्टी जब बाहर निकलेगी, देन इट विल बिकम ए प्रॉपर्टी ओनली. Till that time, it is your intellect, not the property. Okay? So, अभी हमने last slide पे देखा कि what are patents, what are design. So let's have a recap. You have an idea that property, we discussed already property, you have the right or ownership, that is intellect treated as property and given a rights, that is the IPR. So, you have an idea, you are expressing it. How we can protect it? Answer is copyright. You have an idea that is innovative and you develop the invention out of it. That is giving some technical solution. So that is patent. You have an idea. It is having a very beautiful appearance that can be protected under industrial design. You started a business, gave their efforts for maintaining the quality, and you make an identity out of it. How it can be protected? Huh? It can be protected by the trademark. Then you have the idea, but you want to keep it confidential without any disclosure because it is necessary for your business. So it can be protected under trade secret. Again, I will mention they are protected only by the confidential agreement. So IPR is never a single right when you are talking about a business. It is actually a basket of right. For example, this is Coca-Cola. Shape of the bottle can be protected by shape only. Can be protected by louder. Huh? Industrial design. Logo. Definitely. आपको पता है कि कोको कोला आपको हमेशा इसी रेड कलर का बैकग्राउंड, व्हाइट कलर के वर्ड्स, हाउ दे आर रिटन. So that is by trademark protection. Next, creative depiction, advertisement. Coca-Cola के advertisement आपको पता है, they are having a particular line. So that can be protected by the copyright. Then can opening mechanism covered by patent license that we'll be discussing later on. Or formula guarded heavily by trade secret, which is only shared with the only few people.
What is the rough estimation of the cost that is required, that will be money spent on getting each of these?
Each of these like
Patent filing.
Patent filing, if you talk only about, so if that patent filing fees is 1,600 for individual as well as the academic institution. Then there is early publication if you want to get it published early. Now government is giving facility to the individual as well as the academic institution and startup. So expedite early publication. So that is rupees 2,500. And if you don't want to pay that, after 18 months, it will be published automatically at the website of Indian Patent Office. Then you will have to go for the examination. If you want to go for expedite examination, fees is 8,000 rupees. Otherwise, normal 4,000 rupees. But it will not be examined until you ask for it. Rest is the, if you are hiring attorneys and their fees is involved.
If you're using it for academic purpose only.
So that is the fees.
Then this is the fee.
Yes.
What about the industries?
Industry, the fees is like, we are getting 80% reduction. Yeah.
If we want to commercialize it, then
We will discuss later on. Later.
if any idea is there how particular process should we go in academic process. If we want to improve the performance in certain, for example, you are taken the patent in charge and you are improving the number of patents, and that is your idea. Whatever the SOP, what type of process, what type of encouragement, motivations to the faculty, all this. So is it come under the copyright? Because
Actually, we may go for the copyright, but ideally should not be coming because this is just the process. How I'm expressing it, how am I writing it, I can get that copyright for this.
proper SOP for this.
Yes.
So that is come
The person can make certain changes in that, na. That's why copyright is a right, but not so strong as patent. But definitely where copyright is required, copyright will be working. Okay. Should I move to the next slide?
Suppose we have some idea. Is there any recognizance there we can take? Suppose like that idea is already patented by someone.
Patents are, we have that Excel Scout. We are from IIT Indore, that's why I'll be telling you. That Excel Scout is a software which is having all the list of those patents where you can enter the keywords, you can search for the patentability. Otherwise, Google and other sites are also there for searching.
Sometime in Google it is not clear. This is vague. Clear information.
So that's why we are like, we need to be like, it is a, if you ask me in a language of a researcher, same we do for paper writing as well. When we are writing a paper, it becomes our responsibility to do the literature survey in such a manner that whatever we are proposing has not already been published. That's why we are having that paid software, na, Excel Scout. So it becomes easy, they'll be having all database. But definitely you'll have to go with thoroughly.
So IIT Indore also extend this facility to other institutes or the scope we can say?
Unfortunately, at that time, it is not possible.
Because
So,
I have approached NRDC, they have done all the things, they have hired the attorney, because, but their process is little slower.
huh.
They-
But that is also they are doing on the payment basis, what I feel.
No,
And
no, no. For educational institute, they are providing the services, means they are the government organization and one of our
they are working only for IP and techno commercialization. So this is our in-house facility yet till this stage. Maybe in the future.
extending it to
Right now, it is not extended,
for
unfortunately.
scope also. There is some plan.
What I told, unfortunately, till now it is not. So this is the term of protection of different kind of IPR, and why there is a limited term. Government has the responsibility to reward you for your intellect. At the same time, they do have the responsibility to think about the people who are staying there. That's why there is a limited term for every kind of IP, which is affecting directly to the people. Like patent, the term is 20 year, 2 year onwards, that is renewed every year. Then copyright, that is 60 year even after the death of the author. Then industrial design, that is for 10 years, that renewal for 5 more years. Total tenure is 15 years. Then if we talk about the trademark, that becomes your identity. So they are, initially that is given for 10 years, then they can renew after 10 years. Same for geographical indication, their identity will be for the lifetime. So initially it is for 10 years, then renewal after 10 years. So what is patent? First of all, they are the exclusive right granted by the government to the creator and for to own, use an invention for the specific period, that is 20 years in a particular jurisdiction. Okay? Particular jurisdiction means patents are territorial in nature. If you are filing a patent protection in India, then definitely you are going to have the right only in India itself. And they are given for the invention which is a new product, process or substance. So patents can be granted for the product as well as for the process. If we have something, then there must be a patentability criteria. So if you want to file a patent, these are the main criteria. First is the novelty, non-obviousness, and third is the utility, means industrial application. Novelty, in simple words, I'll be defining, because when we are going to read it, it may be sound very like complex. That's something you are thinking completely out of the box, that should be completely novel, which are not yet in the market. When we read it like this, it will seem like this. But what I feel, that patents are granted for the technical advancement. If you are giving a solution, something is already available in the market, but your product or your process is better than that, you may go for the patent filing. So just focus on what technical advancement you are going to give out of your work. Next is the non-obviousness. It means that the person who is skilled in art could not assume it, guess it easily. For example, it will be easy to understand by the example. I say that I took 1 part of nitrogen and 3 parts of hydrogen and got ammonia out of it. You all are from the at least chemistry till 12th. Everybody must have studied. So it's easy. Everybody can guess it. The person who has studied till 12th level only, they'll be knowing that when we mix 1 part of nitrogen and 3 parts of hydrogen, we are going to get NH3. Okay. So it is not inventive. But how it can be inventive? When I say that I took 1 part of nitrogen and 3 parts of hydrogen, mix it in the presence of a particular catalyst. Okay. And what that catalyst is doing, that is reducing the reaction time, increasing the efficiency of my reaction. Then I can think of filing a patent. Because what kind of catalysts are used, what was the amount, that is the inventiveness. Okay. I think from your different background, but now it is clear for you. Because when we say the inventive step, sometimes it is not very clear that what we are talking about. Okay. But Next is the utility. Okay. I got the product ammonia, but what if it is not having any kind of use? So third point is that it should be having some kind of industrial application as well for filing a patent. So what are the rights which are conferred to a patentee? Patentee means the person who is the true and the first inventor. He or she can make, sell, use the product or the process obtained by the process and exclude other from using it. It is the same kind of thing. I am owning a house, but only I am the one who know who can be allowed to enter in my house, whom I want to exclude. Simple. Same is the patent. Owner, and who's the owner? True and the first inventor or the organization can manufacture, give license or transfer to other to work on the invention and commercialize with the appropriate agreements. And if someone infringing them, they are using your patent without your permission, then you have the right to initiate a legal proceeding against infringement or unauthorized use. Jurisdiction, already I discussed, this is territorial in nature, protection in a specific country desired for exclusivity. Term of protection, how many years? 20 years. I kept some blank in between, at least audience should be listening and they should be aware that haan, we had something.
How much time is required if I complain the legal actions?
Ma'am,
So how much time to process that? Is it a time constraint there? If I complain that somebody is using my patent without taking my permission, my idea. In average, how much time is required?
ma'am, actually this is the same kind of that you will be filing in the court that someone is infringing my rights. Accordingly, there will be hearing. So till the time of protection, anytime you can apply. Whenever you come to know that I have this patent, someone is using my idea, you can go for filing the suit against them.
No, but how much time is required to get with the legal? Is it same as whatever the legal act?
Yes, yes. Sometimes it will
There
go.
is not a separate.
No, court are there for that, moving this hearing and all. So these are the few of the example of the patents. Yesterday, madam also discussed about this barred wire. Then someone thought, okay, let's have a steel rod, fold it in a particular shape, and it can be used for keeping the things together. And this thing got patent. Can you imagine? This is another example. Sticky notes. We all know. Paper is there. Glue is there. But someone thought it can be used for writing something without harming the paper. Because when we use the stapler, sometimes it happens that if we want to add something, paper may be damaged. So patent was granted for this. This same. What is this? The last one. Coca-Cola can, I discussed. There was a patent for it. And can you imagine how much the inventor have earned out of it during the term of the patent? Amount was 1/10 penny per can. This is the amount written. Per day. That was the amount the inventor was earning. So that's why IP is interesting. And we should be very careful. When we are doing something, then we should be very careful. This is the best example that can lure you to do more innovation and file more patent. 148,000 US pounds as royalty per day. So, Indian Patent Office, like patents are filed under Indian Patent Act 1970. So there is a list of complete invention that cannot be given or file a patent. First of all, frivolous invention that are contrary to the natural law. Natural law means if I say that I designed a machine which is giving more than 100% efficiency, is it possible? That is not possible. Something that is contrary to the public order, morality, and may cause harm. For example, biological warfare, material, weapons of mass destruction, they cannot be given a patent. If I say that I have discovered something that is like just an extension of that some principle, Newton's law, Archimedes principle, they cannot be granted a patent because this is the basic science which is required for further enhancement of the things. Methods of agriculture and horticulture, products can be granted the patent, but method cannot be. Same process for medical and diagnostic treatment, products can be, but methods can't. Mathematical business methods, any literally dramatic or artistic work, because they are protected under copyright. Any presentation of information of process or any invention that is a result of duplication of traditional knowledge. You all must be aware about that turmeric case, है ना? That the patent.
Initially, the process was granted the patent, then product patent later on it came, and then we are starting like the patenting of the product.
Yes, ma'am.
But in other countries, processes is also patented.
Now, yeah, India, we are talking, especially we are discussing about Indian jurisdiction, but that's why during my presentation that I use the words that government has the responsibility to reward your intellect, but on the other hand, they have the responsibility to protect the people as well. For example, अभी कोविड की बात करें, अगर आपने प्रोसेस ही पेटेंट दे दिया, then what will be the cost of those medicines? Everybody cannot afford that, na? So that. Yeah, after 20 years, that they become the generic medicine. Yeah. So next come the role of lab notebook in IP protection. When you are doing research, there may be chances that you are collaborating with multiple people, and there may be some scenarios. Then someone got the patent for your work. Then how you are going to prove that this work belongs to me? Okay. So under the section 6 of the Indian Patent Act, there is a provision where your lab notebook can play a very crucial role while for safeguarding you. There may be scenarios that you communicated your results to a collaborator, and what they did, they published it without your permission. So in that case, it will be working as an evidence. There may be another scenario that you communicated the results to a collaborator, and what they did, they file a patent without including you in that patent application. There may be another scenario that you think that your invention may be or should be kept as a trade secret because you want to develop a business out of it. And what they did, they filed a patent for it. So in that all these cases, your lab notebook plays a great role. Sir, I'll be coming to the next slide. So this is the type of lab notebook you should be maintaining for writing your results. First of all, it should be hardbound. Your log should be properly maintained. Okay. No pages should be torn in between, and write properly whatever experiment, whatever results you are getting. As an academician, always we are in the doubt that whether I should be going for a publication or for a patent. Everything has the pros and cons. Same for the patent and the publication. First of all, what we need to understand in an academic setup, filing a patent is a costly affair. It's not so easy. We discussed only about the fees, but what we do, and I will definitely recommend that we should be always taking the help of the attorneys. Because see, you may go for filing, you may go for publication, but what is if some infringement case comes? And as a researcher, you do have your limitations. You cannot do each and everything. So what you are supposed to do? It's better to take the help of the attorneys. So filing a patent and maintaining a patent is a costly affair, honestly. But what if only one thing clicks? That's why we go for filing. You saw the example of that can opening mechanism, that how much we can earn just out of one technology. So protection, in the case of patent, protection is given for the 20 years, whereas if we share your scientific finding in the form of a publication, that is for the lifetime. In patent, definitely you will be having practical utility and industrial application, whereas in the scientific publication, it is not always required to have the immediate application of your work. Patents if something is commercialized, you'll be getting the commercial benefit, financial gain from it. Whereas in the publication, that may advance basic understanding, new theories and rapid dissemination. Okay. But for filing a patent, you need to meet the patentability criteria. That is the novelty and non-obviousness and industrial application. Whereas in the case of publication, they are generally peer reviewed and finalized accordingly. That patent allows you ownership and recognition of innovative efforts, focuses on technical advancement. Whereas a publication provides you academic recognition and career advancement, research quality and impact. This is important when we are going for apply for any kind of government grant. Then you are always asked that how many publications you are having in the same field. So what we can do, we will skip this because we have already discussed. What we can do, if we are having something, first of all, go, if you think that your invention is unique, then go for the patent filing first, then you can go for the publication. And do remember that as soon as you get the patent filing date, okay, filing date means you have went to the Indian Patent Office, your application is registered. Do remember that filing and publication date are different. But as soon as you get the filing date, you get the application number, you can go for the publication of your work. Okay. And patents are always granted for 20 years from the date of filing. Okay. There may be some scenario that you have sent a paper for reviewing. That is in the acceptance process. Then you thought, okay, this is something I should file a patent for. So what you can do, Indian Patent Office allow you to file a provisional application where you can share the idea without sharing the complete detail that I have this idea and I want to get it protected. So from that date, you will get the protection from. Then you will get the 12-month time for filing the complete patent application. Another scenario, what if a presentation is conferencing is nearing? Same. Go for filing the patent first, then just you can display your invention. What if a grant application is to be submitted using the findings? Generally in the grant application, you are never asked the more of the technical detail about your work. But even if you are sharing, just do remember that whatever things you want to claim in your patent, they should be kept secret. Okay, only share the few details about your work. What if an exhibition is being held at a short notice? Provisional application, if you are having good attorney system, then the application, even in the case of recently at IIT Indore, in the 5 days, we filed the provisional application. So everything is, that's what you need a robust system. That's it. Any other scenario, if that is coming across your mind? Should we move into the next slide in that case? So this is the patent filing process in India. It is very complicated. I just shared because like it is required. Otherwise, as a researcher, what you need to do, just focus on your work, reach to your IP office, contact them, they'll be guiding you what need to be done. That's it. Then in that case, you may contact us. We will suggest you that what need to be done. Because what I told, we cannot be the Superman or the Superwoman. We are the researcher, how much we can do? So these are the key elements of the patent documents where there are multiple things, but what you need to take care of, that is the claims. Claims means there is a section in the patent document, we claim or I claim. When you are writing that, be very careful because that is actually the heart of the patent. Heart of the patent means, let's take an example. If I say I designed a table with 4 legs, okay, then the patent protection will be granted only for the table with 4 legs. The people may tweak around that. They may be having 3 legs. They may be having some other things added on this. Protection will be only for the table with the 4 legs. Okay, but same, if it is too broad, sometimes it becomes like, no, I'll be claiming only for the table. There are chances it is already patented. So be very careful when you are writing what are your claims. So these are few of the sites that we are talking about, the prior art search now, where you can go through. And for IIT Indore, we have Excel Scout. You can use that software. Excel Scout. There are multiple software right now. We are having that procured that Excel Scout. There's Orbit, there's Excel Scout, and many others. So it's all about the IP. Now we'll moving to the next section. Anybody have any question till like this slide? Hmm. Hmm. It will be in public domain. It will be in public domain. Like even up that renewal date, you'll be given, I think, 3 or 6 month time to renew it further. Even after that, you cannot renew it. So like anybody can use it. Public domain means same after 20 years is going to be happen, but it is in public domain. Anybody can use it without it. Yes, it is. Yes, it is an online process. Yeah. Yeah. For academic setup, that is 500 rupees from 3rd year to 7th year, I think, 7th to 6th year. Then it is 2,400 till 10 years. Then it becomes, I think, 4,800, then 8,000 for the next 5 years. So commercialization. As an academics, we have 2 options, licensing or startup. We'll all definitely, when we have 2 or more options, we'll always be in the dilemma that what to do. So first of all, these are the mode of technology transfer or licensing. You have the IP output that can be commercialized through collaborative development and licensing. Means you are already in the contact of any of the industry. They gave you some problem statement. You worked on that can be commercialized. Next, you are developing something within your academic institution, within your lab. Then you think it is having some industrial potential. Okay. Then you may be approaching the industry, or what we can do, as we have set up here, then we publicize that industry may approach you for getting those things licensed, or you must start a company out of your invention. These are the path of technology licensing. We always need funds for doing research. There may be 2 setup. That first of all, you got the grant from the government. You did research in your labs. Then you got some invention out of it. You reached to a technology transfer office. Then there are chances that you may directly give the license to any one of the company. And what you can do, you can give the license to multiple companies. So when you are giving license to only one company, that is known as the exclusive license. Okay, exclusive license, you are giving all the rights to one company to make commercial benefit. They may use it, they may sell it with your permission. And when we are talking about the non-exclusive license, means you are giving it to the multiple companies. They may get financial benefit from your invention by giving definitely some license fee, some royalties to you. Okay. So what is the difference between licensing and technology transfer?
Licensing means for a period of time you are providing rights to the company, and technology means you are giving the ownership.
Giving the ownership. ठीक है. Simple words में अगर घर के example से समझे. ट्रांसफर मीन्स आपने घर बेच दिया. लाइसेंसिंग मीन आपने अपने घर रेंट किया हुआ है फॉर सम मनी. सेम if you are getting the money from the industry, then definitely problem statement will be coming from their end. Okay, you did work, you got some result, and you went back to the company. In that case, generally it happens that company has the first right of refusal. Means if they want to refuse it, they don't want to get it commercialized, then you have the option to go to the other company. But ideally, you should be reaching to the company first that we are having this technology and we want to get it commercialized. Okay. So first is the collaborative development and licensing, where you are getting the problem statement from the industry and you are working on their problems. These are the advantages. First of all, the work you are doing in your lab, that is directly related with the industry. What happens in the academic setup, yesterday also we discussed about the TRL. that when we are working in the academic setup, there are chances that we think that our work is very advanced, okay, that can be directly commercialized. But actually, there are multiple stages where the industry need to define it further. But when we are working with the industry, there are chances that what is their requirement, they'll be letting you know, and you are working on that problem. You are working on the application oriented research, then your research output, whatever you are getting, that may be directly translated into relevant product or the processes. If you are in directly their contact, you are getting their infrastructure for doing your work, for enhancement of your work and further deployment. In that case, as money is being provided by the industry, generally there is a joint ownership on the IP and exclusive license is given to the company and they have the monopoly of whatever commercialization they are doing out of it. But definitely there are some limitations on it. Academic setup may we all know that when you are working, your first target is to get some publication because that is the main criteria for getting your degree, for getting your promotions. But when you are working with the industry, there are chances that they want to keep the result confidential for their commercial benefit. When we are working in a lab, experimental science, we all know that research is not only about that I want to get the product B out of product, that initiating a reaction A. There are chances that I'll be getting the product B, or I may be getting product C, or I may be getting nothing. But when you are working with the industry, they are very particular that I want these results only, which is not possible in a R&D setup. Students are involved, they need to submit their thesis. Once again, there is a confidentiality clause that results cannot be disclosed if agreement is not properly drafted. Generally, what we do at our institute when we are going for such kind of collaboration, we make sure that we write a line that publication will be allowed. The things which are not confidential, they can be published in the form of research outcome. Same academic freedom, publication versus confidentiality and delay. And IP evaluation sometimes becomes difficult, even in the case of industry. Definitely, they'll be valuing it low. Definitely, they are to pay the money, that there may be chances that they are not valuing it properly. Or defensive IP means they don't want to get it commercialized, okay, because that may be of use of somebody else as well. And academic setup sometimes become that exclusive license when you are giving to a company, it becomes challenging to justify that. Next is the licensing of IP generated in the academia, that you are working in your lab, as I discussed, you want to get it commercialized. Advantage means your ownership of IP will always be with the institution. Just remember, I think this must be the same with the other institution as well, that at IIT Indore and all the other IITs, the ownership of IP will always be with the academic institution. Okay, and there are reasons behind that as well. It's not only like, see, if we talk about the IP infringement, case may seem very simple. But if it is so simple, we must have read in the newspaper, there is some court cases going on between Samsung and Apple. They had to pay a large amount. The other company had to pay a large amount just because there was a case of IP infringement. If IP ownership is with the institution, then definitely institute will take care of all these kind of litigation, which becomes really difficult for an individual to tackle with this kind of infringement. But as per our IP policy, that is like publicly available as well, if something is, your IP is being commercialized, then 70% goes to the researcher and 30% remains with the institution, where institute help all the drafting of the agreement and everything. So advantages are, it's already 11. IP is owned by the academics. You have the freedom of publication, dissemination, and ease of entrepreneurship if you want to have a startup with your IP, because you are having ownership. What are the concerns? Early stage research output, like as I discussed, that we may be thinking that our research is very good, but it may need the further advancement as well to taking it to the market. It is again challenging to get the appropriate licensee for your work. Okay, valuation of IP, techno commercial, people are there to value your IP. That is also a costly affair. Next is the entrepreneurship startup. First, what is the motivation behind this? Government is focusing a lot. There is a national impetus for having your startup. And as we can see that in the recent past, there is a large number of startups that are being incubated in our country. As a researcher, you are the best person who knows that what my technology is all about. There are the investment opportunities, and in that way, if you are having a startup, you may generate the employment as well. Government is having a lot of schemes. Even at our IIT Indore, we are having S Foundation and the Justice CPS, which give fund for supporting the startup. And there is advantage of academic proximity for use of infrastructure. Like, as I told that if your startup is being incubated at a good institution like IITs, then you have the direct approach, you can directly approach to their resources, whatever they are having. That in SIC yesterday you all must have visited. So, and as a university or the academic setup, we always encourage to have or use your IP for a startup or licensing, whatever you feel like. But again, there are certain concerns that as a researcher, you may not be having the knowledge of everything. Doing work in your laboratory and taking it to the market, that required the business skills. There is financial risk involved. It is not always easy. Okay, I have this technology, like I will be working only for like 1 or 2 months. I'll be having the financial benefit. There are chances that may take years to get some financial benefit out of it. And there are chances of failure as well. Sometimes you may not be knowing that who's the right person, where my idea should be pitched. Or even for having a startup, you should be having a team of the right person. Sometimes you may not find that. So these are the challenges in tech transfer. First of all, there's a lot of gap between research and what is required in the market. At an academic setup, it is also required to have the proper IP management and legal complexities and there may be funding or resource limitations, and there are chances that there are collaboration barrier between academic and industry. These are the success factor in tech transfer. First of all, if your research output are really strong and you feel like that I should be getting it commercialized, no one can stop that. But first of all, you need to focus that actually that is ready to reach to the market. Then in an academic setup, if there is an effective IP management, then chances are more. We should be having strategic industry partnership and supportive policies within the institute and incentive for doing their work, and experience, TTO and leadership. That plays a crucial role. So if we talk about the benefits of tech transfer for an institution, it is the increased funding. As I discussed previous as well, that if you are giving solution, definitely industry will look at you, that this is the institution, this is the research group which are actually working for the real life problem, not only for the publication. There is a reputation enhancement. If we talk about the industry, they are having the direct access to the innovative mind as well as the resources of the institution, and for society will be having the improved products, services and quality of life. So here we conclude. It is really important to understand the implication of IPR and tech transfer, but while doing it, there should be a balance in education, research and translation of research. What we can do, we can encourage and facilitate the faculty member, the researcher, the student, and for that we should promote, collaborate for meaningful R&D outcomes. Thank you.
Any other queries?
Yeah, I most of the case, people do patent for the hardware, not for the software algorithm. And my second question is, as you said, there is a research gap between research institute and the market.
Yes.
So
The first question is that algorithm if you are having, it's always good to have a hardware with that. Patent are being granted if something hardware is connected with your algorithm and whatever software you are having. Okay. And second question, there is a gap, but as an academic institution, it's our responsibility to fill that gap. Like I cannot say that we can fill it 100%. But as if I talk about IIT Indore, IIT Indore has definitely taken initiative for doing it. Okay, industry can make conclaves. That is one part. Second is we are trying to reach to the public or the industry with multiple sources like one technology we are having. Even with the LinkedIn, we always try to publicize whatever patents we are getting from our R&D phase. This is a kind of dissemination of research. People should be knowing that what we are doing actually at IIT. So definitely there is an improvement with that way.
and the process for getting the patent of the algorithm is similar to the market.
That will be similar. That's why I said, sir, everything we cannot do. That's why we are having attorneys. We are having 13 IP firms which are empaneled with IIT. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the insightful and impactful session on IP and research translation. Now I request all the participants to please join us for a short tea break. The next session will begin at 11:25 sharp.
Thank you. Actually, at IIT Indore, we have the setup that we pay on institute fees. Yes.
Otherwise, if we are having
You are working which domain?
electronics, semiconductor device modeling.
Because
Indore. Prior to this, Dr. Ghani worked as the postdoctoral research associate at the Faculty of Chemistry and Pharmacy, University of Regensburg, Germany, under the mentorship of Professor Dr. Barkan Koing. He has earned his PhD degree in the chemistry from the CSIR Indian Institute of Integrative Medicine, IIM Jammu. May I please invite Mr. Parmanand to kindly present a flower bouquet to Dr. Majid Ahmad Ghani as a token of appreciation. I would like to invite Dr. Ghani to conduct this session and share the practical insights into the AI-enabled research workflow. Thank you.
हो गया Hello. Thank you, Nawpreet, for kind introduction. So, in this session, we'll be discussing how we can use Saral AI for the research. So basically, Saral is an AI platform that was developed by IIT. Sorry. It's fine. Yeah. So basically, Saral is an AI platform that was developed by IIT Hyderabad. The main aim of the Saral is to bridge the communication gap between the researchers and the students for better understanding of the research. So how Saral works? So basically, if we have any research paper, so most of the students, because of their multilingual nature, like in India, we speak a lot of languages, so it becomes very difficult. Most of the research papers we have in the English, so it becomes very difficult for many of the students or researchers or policymakers to actually comprehend what exactly the research paper is all about or what are the important aspects in the research. So Saral AI platform bridges the gap. It translates the research papers into simplified PowerPoint presentations, short videos, so that they can be played in the lingual languages. So this is our work where we have used flavin photocatalysis for benzylic functionalization and spirocyclization of phenols. So this is the work that was done by me. So in this work, we have used the flavin catalysis to drive the oxidative dearomatization of the phenols into spirocycles, spiroperoxides, and benzylic containing moieties. Now, we have published this research paper. So if a person looks at it, so apparently it looks like it's very complicated because it has got a lot of chemistry structures in it, or maybe we cannot directly comprehend what is inside that paper. So this is where the Saral AI platform is important. It translates that research paper into short videos that I will be demonstrating, or into short reels or podcasts for better understanding. So I will demonstrate in front of you how we can translate the research paper that's in the PDF and convert it into the short video. So the first thing you have to do is you have to type Saral AI in your Google. Better use the Google Chrome. So once we type in the Saral AI, so we will have this kind of the interface. So we'll just click on the Saral AI. So once we click on the Saral AI, so it's going to take us into the dashboard. So we'll just click on the Saralify. Now, sorry. Now, as we click in, so it will show configure API keys. So basically, API keys are login credentials. For example, when you enter into the IIT, so the security asks you to show the identity card. So this is the same thing. So in the software, so you have to enter the login credentials to validate that thing. So we will simply click on it and configure API keys. So as we click on it, so it asks us the two keys. One is Gemini API key and Sarvam API key. So Gemini API key, you can get it simply, the free version. We can just click on it. I can show you how to generate the API keys. So we'll just click on it. So I have some API key already here. So I will just delete it. I will create a new one. So I'll just click on the create a new key. Yeah. So I will delete already. There are some API keys. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I will just click on the create API key and just it will give me the free key. Yeah, here we go. So we can simply copy that key. You can see. We just copy that key. And we will just paste that key in the Gemini API key. Now another key we require is Sarvam API key. We just click on the Sarvam. It will take us into the Sarvam software dashboard. So we have the keys already here. So I will delete it, create a new one. So, yeah. So I will just click on the create new API key. So I will just name it.
You cannot have multiple keys. Why do you have to keep deleting keys?
Just to make the thing simpler for the audience. So they may think that like he has already API key.
Once we make a key, we can but it is unique now. Every time there is no need to prefer.
Yeah, there is no need, but it, ma'am, for example, if we go into the restaurant, so we book a table, so he tells us, okay, you have table number 23, but it is valid up to Friday only. So this is the same thing.
Yeah.
So
For every task, we will have to prepare.
yeah, because they get expired after some time.
For certain duration.
Yes. And these are free ones, make sure. So once we click on it, so once we click on it, now the software has provided us the access. Okay, you are in. So your login credentials are success. Now this is the dashboard what the Saral AI software looks like. So basically you can extract, it has three important key points. One is the LaTeX source, PDF source, or archive import. So this is where you can paste your data. You can, if your data is in the LaTeX form, you can just copy the data and paste over here. Or simply, if your research paper is in the PDF, you can just upload the PDF over here. Or you can simply, in the third option, you can simply download the resource from the internet and just paste it over here. So I will just show you how I will paste the PDF over here. So I will just click on the PDF and just upload the PDF. Yeah. So you can see that my PDF is uploaded. Now I want to highlight some of the important points. So if you go over here, you have the 4 important more keys. Once I upload the PDF, now it says process PDF file. So basically what software is doing, it's extracting the information that I have uploaded in the PDF, and it will process that information. Now I can also have the option for, once it processes all the information over there, then we can generate the video, we can generate a PowerPoint presentation, we can generate the short reel that I will be showing how we can generate it, how I have generated it. And we can also generate a short podcast out of it. So now I have uploaded the PDF. You have three sources: LaTeX source, PDF source, archive source. So I just uploaded the PDF of my paper. I want to convert it into the short video. Ma'am, as I proceed, you will see it. It is processing now. So once you set the software, okay, process my data, now it will process. So, yeah. So basically, it is reading the PDF, and it will extract the data out of the PDF first, because it cannot before extracting the data, it cannot simply generate the presentation. It will so. Yes, ma'am. Exactly, ma'am. So once it extracts the information, now it is generating that information. That is, yeah, here we go. So the paper I uploaded, it contains 3 important sessions: introduction, methodology, results, discussions, and conclusion. So I uploaded the PDF. So now it has extracted that information, and it has distributed that information, what is in the introduction session, what is in the methodology, what is in the results and discussions and conclusion. So we can also modify this if you think that the software has not actually processed the data, or you want something more. So you can simply process it. Now, here is the methodology. It has extracted the methodology.
It's only extract the text form, not figures and
Ma'am, if you just wait, I can show you. So then now it has extracted all the images that are present in the paper. So you can select any of the image you want in the introduction session, or you want it into the conclusion session, results discussion session. You can use any of the image. These images are from the paper, of course. So this is the methodology. Again, you can select any image you want on the methodology. So yeah, here I am selecting. So you can select the images in the results section as well. And it has also given the side bullet points. If you see that, it has given the bullet points. It has converted the important information that is very important in the research into the bullet points. Yeah. So you can use. Now we are free. Now we can continue to the PPT. So it asks us what type of template you want. So I will tell him, okay, generate in this template. No. It first analyzes the paper. It says what is the important research features inside the paper. It generates all those features in the bullet points for quick and easy access to the paper. So we have the presentation is ready. So yeah. So now once the presentation is ready, then I can select whether I want to dictate that presentation in the mail voice or in the different languages. We have 11 different languages that are available. So in the next, so this is finally he has generated the presentation. So this is my paper.
Welcome to this presentation on flavin photocatalyzed benzylic functionization, spirocyclization, and spiroepoxidation of phenolus. This research was conducted by Majid Ahmed Ghani et al. And published in 26 September 2025. Today, we will explore the key findings and contributions of this important work. Let's begin by understanding the problem this research addresses. Phenolus are fundamental functional groups in organic chemistry, serving as crucial building blocks for various applications including pharmaceuticals and materials. Traditional methods for functionalizing phenolus and generating reactive intermediates like paraquinone methides, PQMS, often involve hard conditions, pre-functionalization steps, or toxic heavy metal reagents. The study employs flavin, riboflavin tetracetate, as a photocatalyst under visible light irradiation, blue LEDs, 451 nm, in the presence of molecular oxygen. Phenolus, specifically those with alkyl substitution at the 26 positions for intermediate stability, are used as.
So basically, I have published that paper, so I know what is the novelty of my work, and it has exactly extracted that novelty course and put it into the bullet points for easy understanding or for quick reading or
starting materials.
Yeah.
Reaction conditions were systematically optimized, revealing that methanol acts as a crucial co-reactant. Welcome to this presentation on flavin.
So as I told you that in the interface section of that, so we had a presentation, we have another feature where we can generate short videos that can be, I can also show that.
क्या तुम्हें पता है वैज्ञानिकों ने साधारण फेनोल से दवाइयां बनाने का नया तरीका खोज निकाला है?
क्या फेनोल? वो तो बहुत साधारण केमिकल होता है ना?
हाँ, पर अब वो एक खास रोशनी का इस्तेमाल करके उसे उपयोगी चीजों में बदल सकते हैं।
मतलब अब दवाइयां बनाने के लिए खतरनाक धातुओं की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी।
बिल्कुल, ये प्रक्रिया बहुत आसान और सुरक्षित है और इससे दवाइयां सस्ती भी हो सकती हैं।
ये तो कमाल है। क्या इससे नई तरह की दवाइयां भी बन सकती हैं?
हाँ, इस तकनीक से दवाइयों की संरचना में बदलाव करके उन्हें और भी असरदार बनाया जा सकता है।
तो अब हमें और भी बेहतर और सस्ती दवाइयां मिलेंगी। चलो इस खोज के बारे में और जानते हैं।
So this was just a short reel. You can upload it on the social media for your audience for quick access, so that they don't have like to go through the research paper. They just watch the reel and that's it.
क्या तुम्हें पता है
So we can also generate the podcast.
Hey Rohan, ready to?
interactive podcast. Sorry.
Hey Rohan, ready to dive into some Hey Rohan, ready to dive into some photocatalysis? This paper on flavin catalyzed reactions looks pretty cool.
Absolutely, Aisha. Flavin like in vitamins. That's intriguing. What exactly are they doing?
Exactly, they are using flavins as photocatalysts to create these reactive molecules called paraquinonmethides, PQMS for short.
PQMS sounds complicated. What are they and why do we care?
Think of them as super reactive intermediates. The paper says they are usually made with harsh methods like heavy metals.
Heavy metals. Yikes. So, this flavin method is a greener alternative.
Precisely, that's the big selling point. No need for pre-modified phenolus or those nasty metal catalysts.
Okay, so how does the flavin actually start it? It's using light, right?
Yep, the flavin absorbs light, and then here is the clever part, it uses that energy to create singlet oxygen.
Singlet oxygen isn't that the stuff that damages cells?
It can, but here it's used in a controlled way. The singlet oxygen helps to dearomatize the phenol.
Dearomatis, you mean break its aromatic ring.
Kind of, it makes it more reactive, turning it into that PQM intermediate we talked about.
So light shines on flavin. Flavin makes singlet oxygen. Singlet oxygen transforms the phenol into a PQM. Got it?
And star then star the PQM can do all sorts of cool things, like benzylic functionalization.
Benzylic what now? Break that down for me.
It means adding stuff to the carbon atom right next to the benzene ring, like attaching different functional groups.
Ah, okay. So building blocks for more complex molecules. What else can these PQMS do?
Spirocyclization and spiropoxidation, which basically means making these complex 3D ring structures.
Spiro, okay. Those are the rings that share just one atom, right? Like a seesaw.
Exactly, and these spirocyclic compounds are really important in drug discovery.
So they are making drugs more efficiently with vitamins and light. That's a headline.
Almost, they also showed they can modify existing drugs and natural products using this method.
Let's stage functionization, right? Adding the final touches to a complex molecule.
You got it? They took some drugs and natural compounds and tacked on extra bits using their flavin photocatalysis.
Impressive. What kind of yields are we talking about? Is it actually practical?
They got up to 86% yield in their test case. That's pretty darn good.
Wow, so this could really replace some of those older, less eco friendly methods.
That's the hope. It's a much milder, greener way to make these important building blocks.
What was their model substrate? What phenol did they start with?
They use 20 SIX DITERT BUT YL4 ETH something with bulky groups already attached.
Why that specific one? Was it just for convenience?
The paper mentions that the alkyl substitutions at the 2 and 6 positions are crucial for stabilizing the PQM.
Our stability makes sense, so the bulky groups protect the reactive intermediate.
Precisely. And they tested other photocatalysts too, right?
Yeah, but the flavin worked the best, or at least comparably to the other singlet oxygen generators.
It seems like the key is really the singlet oxygen generation, regardless of the photocatalyst.
Did they investigate the mechanism to confirm it goes through singlet oxygen?
They did. The paper says mechanistic analysis revealed it proceeds via a singlet oxygen pathway.
So, overall, a clever, green, and efficient way to make these useful PQMS. Pretty neat.
Totally, it's a great example of using readily available, non toxic catalysts to do some complex chemistry.
Definitely a step in the right direction for sustainable synthesis. Flavin power.
Exactly. Who knew vitamins could be so synthetically useful?
So it has generated whole of the paper in terms of podcast. So you can just, when you have the free time, you may be traveling, so you can just watch that, or you can just listen to the podcast, and that's it.
Hey Rohan, ready to dive in? Hey Rohan, ready to dive into?
So in addition to this, so this was brief about how we can use the Saral AI to actually bridge the communication gap between the researchers and the people, or the persons who work in the industry or academia, or who don't directly understand the research papers in terms of language barrier or whatever. So this can really help. So because I am a photocatalyst, I am a synthetic chemist, and I work in the area of photocatalysis. I use the light to drive the reaction. So basically, the introduction of AI has really transformed the way we look at the reactions. For example, if I have to optimize the reaction, so I have to like put, because if I am performing a 3-component reaction, so if I try to optimize that reaction, I have like 500 or 600 different permutations and combinations, try A and B, A, B, A, C, that's it. But you can do it in the AI, you can just optimize the reaction that has like thousands of different possibilities using just this cam navigator or photocam DB. You can just, because it already has the database inside, so you can just send in the commands and it can optimize the reactions for you and can tell you actually what are the exact conditions, plausible conditions based on the existing literature or data for this reaction. So again, these are some of the important, like the AI, where AI is important is the reaction optimization, because in the synthetic chemistry, we have to optimize the reaction to find exact conditions where our reaction will give the maximum yield. So again, AI has a huge impact on that. So thank you. So thank you for your time. So if we have, I'm very open to present this question answer.
For reels or video, can we give the time? Suppose I want 1 minute
Okay.
from that paper. Can we do in this AI?
Ma'am, they don't have like in the free version, so I don't find anything like that. So it automatically generates, but you are saying that can we specify the time in which time out, but I don't find any option over there. Maybe they may develop in the future, but for the free version, I don't find this thing. Yes, ma'am.
For publication, we generally go with the graphical representation for good publications.
Yes, ma'am.
In nutshell, you get the idea.
Yes.
So when this particular SARAL convert that paper into images,
Mm.
and you're saying that image can be taken into an introductory part or PPT part,
Mhm.
will it be permissible in that case?
Permissible? No. You cannot use the AI to generate the image and then just paste on the paper. We cannot do that because ma'am, if you copy that image, suppose you tell the AI, okay, generate the first figure or introductory figure, you give him all the information you have and tell him to generate the first figure or introductory figure for my paper. So it will generate. But once it goes into the paper, but the link is there. So link is there. So if any reviewer views it, so he can click that link in the different software and it can easily tell him that where is the source. So that's. But normally we as a chemist, we use the AI sources for like ChatGPT is a very good critic. So if you write the paper and tell the ChatGPT, so do you find any error, scientific error in that? So maybe it can give a very good conclusion or information. It is a very good critic of like where you can modify it. There is a scientific error over here because it already has some database. So it compares your research with the database and generates that result and can give a very good like where you can improve your paper. So it's there to improve.
Understanding purpose and different languages you have.
Yes, ma'am, and also the reaction optimization, because as a chemist we have so much of possibilities, so we can just tell the machine. Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Is it this video because sometime in publication they ask you?
Yes. ANRF asks.
Yeah. Is it this is acceptable?
Yes. ANRF. It is this AI platform. Yeah. This is supported by the ANRF. SARAL AI is supported by the ANRF, and if you publish an ANRF will say you that make a short video using SARAL AI. So it's
not ANRF.
Yeah.
But in any when we publish our paper, sometimes they ask if there is any video or presentation for publicity purposes and all that. So is the SARAL?
Yes. Basically, the main aim of the SARAL is to democratize the research. Yes, ma'am. That's why this platform was introduced, because you can translate the research papers into multilingual things, multi-languages, so that it becomes accessible to the paper.
Like we give the supplementary data
Yes,
to
ma'am.
the publisher.
Yes.
By that case, sometimes they ask for the video.
No, ma'am. We cannot use that. We cannot use. So.
Sometimes I use notebook alarm that also creates a video or.
There are a lot of softwares that there are. You can have so many open access softwares are there. You can use any one of them. But you cannot translate it into the Bengali language. Just see it. It cannot. So this is for our native speakers. Yes, ma'am. So. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Majid, for this session and share practical insights into AI-enabled research workflow. Now we will be having a short visit to the Charak Center. Those who are interested, they can join us for the visit. Otherwise, those who are not interested for the visit, they can proceed for the lunch at the Kshitij Mandapam. Thank you. So those who are going with us to the Charak Center, they can gather at LRC.
Understanding that particular field. Understand also, unless we read the that one go we don't understand something. One time, second time, third time we need to go through that research paper. And once paper of research or it is suddenly I have some limitations. Once we go through any okay, I'm very yeah, that is a free version. Sarah Lena is free version. Meaning that you need to be in Delhi. And what happened is we do the practice papers, we read the more than 100 and 200 papers.
मैं आ रही हूँ मैं नहीं हूँ साथ में दे बोली ना आप जा रहे हैं चलो ना आप भी आ रही हूँ मैं 1 मिनट ये भेज के आ रही हूँ सर को
आप एलआईसी के सामने लेके जाओ सीधा चलो
just to understand the concept, not to like predict the things. For that, you can use the different models, or you can use mind software. We have our models. So this is completely on design.
Our next lecture is Good Practices for Scientific Project Management, Research Ethics and Integrity. Our guest lecturer for this lecture is Dr. Pravakar Mohanty.
तो माइक म्यूट करना होगा ये कपिल जी उन्हें पता ही नहीं कि मीटिंग ज्वाइन कर
It is my privilege to introduce Dr. Pravakar Mohanty. Dr. Pravakar Mohanty is currently serving as Scientist E, Director at the Department of Science and Technology, DST, Government of India. With more than 22 years of experience in research, science administration, and technology transfer, his career spans academia, industry, and government. Prior to joining DST, he worked at the Anusandhan Research National Research Foundation, formerly SERP, and has also held industry and international research positions in Canada and United Kingdom. Dr. Mohanty holds a PhD from IIT Delhi and has made significant contributions in the area of renewable energy, biomass to fuel technologies, clean energy systems, and sustainable process engineering. He has authored 45 plus peer reviewed publications, edited books, and book chapters, and is a recipient of several prestigious awards. In addition to this, he is an AI champion trained at Labasna. He actively contributes to the digital transformation, e governance, and AI enabled systems within the government research and funding frameworks. Dr. Mohanty, we warmly welcome you and invite you to kindly begin your session.
So, good afternoon to all of you. It's my privilege to be here with you in the afternoon session. So, it will be challenging just after lunch. Everyone needs a 5 to 10 minutes leisure period. I believe that has over. So, I'll just start the topic. Today's topic, as mentioned, good practices for scientific project management, research ethics, and integrity. I believe it's visible.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yeah. So this is Ministry of Science and Technology. If any of you have visited Technology Bhavan at Delhi, this is the monumental building, old building. Apart from that, now 2 state-of-art buildings are available where we connect to pan-India across the globe through many programs, bilateral, multilateral, and other programs. We encourage many things from this station. And coming to R&D growth pattern. So why I reflecting? Because first we have to understand where we are at present scenario. 2026 we have started. So Global Innovation Index, you are all the part of this Global Innovation Index forum. So you are innovating, you are doing the R&D where you have to maintain lots of integrity, lots of ethics you have to follow. Those guidelines we'll discuss. So our journey from 2015 to 2025, if you look at, we have traveled from 91st position to now at 38, and our motto is to in the top 5 or top 10 ranking within next 5 to 7 years. So your role is more beneficial here and important also. While on the other side of publication and patent, because through R&D, ultimately you have to create some of the IPs, intellectual property rights you should have in your hand, either through publication or patent. So through patent, if you come across this figure in 2020-21, and within 4 years, because the patent process we have streamlined and rigorously we are monitoring by different department as well as from our own ministry. So from 24,000 which was there, now we have reached to 68,000 and more. Publication wise also, we are now in the third rank. From seventh, we have traveled to third rank, just after China and US. On the other side, it's all connected to your PhD, how many PhD you are producing every year. So 18, 19, there was a figure of the statistics, pan India, through different programs. So in science and engineering particularly, more than 24,000 we have produced. At present scenario, it must be more than 40,000. So in that term, we are in the third rank. And for startup success stories, why? Because everyone has to connect to MSME or startups or any R&D centers. From here, our traveling stats in terms of TRL improvement, technology readiness level. There is a science, innovation, as well as technology. So everywhere our TRL will be more accountable. That means our technology readiness level, which is a basic science or it's a technology, or in terms of any kind of advancement if you want to do at any segment. So we are promoting the startups success stories. Here's the startup ecosystem. If you look at, we have traveled from 500 startups in 2014. Now we are landing at near about 2 lakhs startups. So in the third rank in the global, and unicorn wise, we have 120 unicorns at present scenario at India. So these people, these startups, all they take the help of different angel investors, venture capitalists. So all they have started their journey as a incubator and as a incubatee at different incubators, centers from different ministry and departments, either from center or state level. There are many incubation centers. With these startups, they go through n number of processes. So these are the technology area. Mostly all of you, I believe, you are working on these areas. And out of 64, these critical technologies which is available, and it's based on the Australian Strategic Policy Institutes. But globally, most of the countries have the membership and they provide their data, as well as they also provide many policy documents with these institutes. In those areas, they have identified 64 critical technologies possible and which is ultimately available globally, and people are working in these areas. Most of the countries also working. So out of which 64 critical technology areas, China is leading in 57 of those critical technology areas, whereas US leading in 7 areas. But India also doing fairly good. If you look at the scenario, and the top 3, biofuel, biological manufacturing, advanced composite material, India is in the second position. Whereas in artificial intelligence, NLP, quantum, cybersecurity, quantum sensing, drone, robotics. So these are, we're in the top 5. So India ranks with top 5 in 45 areas out of 64. So top 5 you are maintaining, so definitely will lead these areas, and other areas were lagging, but slowly will be coming in that race. So very importantly, you can go through and you can Google it. The Australian Strategic Policy Institutes will find a number of data. So here again, areas which needs to be strengthened. Our expenditure, one part. One is from private sector expenditure, one is from government side expenditure. So this time the budget also already announced. So in R&D expenditure, again through RDI, Research Development and Innovation Fund, there is 1 lakh crore already earmarked for next 5 years. The 16th Financial Commission. And our R&D expenditure, we have to enhance in the private sector as well. If you look at South Korea, Japan, US, China, the developed countries, their R&D expenditure in the private sector is more than 50%. Near about in the average, it's 70%. Whereas our average is 36%. And the other side, the government sector side, our R&D expenditure, the point GDP wise 0.7% of our GDP. So here, if we look at the private sector R&D, if we can increase that to at least to 60%, so it will definitely enhance the percentage of GDP. R&D expenditure as a percentage of GDP will more than in 1%. So that also required to be sensitized. And it's all of your help whenever you're participating in any of the R&D expenditure through private sector or any industry MSME, you should also take your role to sensitize them. So startup success stories, why research output concentrated in few institutes? Because startup success stories all comes from maximum in IITs or IISER or IISc. So looking at number of institutes, more than 1200 institutes and universities we have as per the NRF ranking and the statistics by Minister of Education. Out of which 18 institutes, not even less than you can say 2%, most productive, and their average publications per institutes is 7,000, more than 7,600. Whereas 47 other institutes medium productive, their IP or average publication is 2,800. And least productive is near about 1,100 number of institutes which are least productive, and their publication is hardly 100 per institutes per year. And 80 institutes are there, not a single publication is there. So it's a collective effort. Although we are in the third position in terms of research output, but this also indicates how the start. So challenges are there. You have to in a group, in a united form, we have to cross these barriers. Number of challenges are there. Only few Indian universities, those dominate high quality research output like IITs, IIS. Multiple universities, they strive and they lead the research leadership. So private sector R&D also more in terms of their global benchmark. So industry academia collaboration is very much robust there. It's still evolving at our country, and translational research into innovation and products. So the TRL level improvement. So depth of valley, which is TRL 4, 5, and 6. So this layer, because they have those depth of valley very easily. So here key note is to our global research publication patterns compared to India's population and talent base is very low. And institute, as I already discussed, institute participation and productivity also not that lucrative, still we're trying hard to go to a long way. Different areas as per the critical technology areas identified globally. So we have, as a country, we have also identified these are the sectors where we have to focus. So quantum area, so electric mobility, semiconductor, electronics, and telecom communication. Then other side, the DBT is also following with biomanufacturing, ICMR with medical technology, the sustainable agriculture by ICR, weather technology, and blue economy. Then ISRO also following with space technologies. These are the sectoral focus areas where we're taking the help of ANF, ANR, Anusandhan National Research Foundation, and a RDI fund, as well as institutional government reformation. So those things are continuing one by one. So challenges, as these are the challenges involved at different areas. So there are also solutions, and here we need all your help how to overcome these challenges, as well as government's help, both sides. So participatory term, in terms of participatory, there should be a healthy competition. And coming to a global talent flow. So for global talent, if you look at this figure, significant flow of undergrads during their post-graduation and employment section, whereas India almost the pathway, our fellows either they go to European Union or United States, and few they go to UK. So these are the flow which is maintained by ASPI Critical Technology Tracker, and this overally gives impression how many researchers, top researchers, they involve plot for the top 5 performers across all technologies based on their performance between 21 and 25. So if you look at our map, India is doing fairly good from 2013-14 onwards. There is gradually we're in the increasing mode, whereas China is aggressively increasing. But the rest of the world, if we look at UK, US, and European Union, they're in the declining positions after 19, just COVID period 20. So this is declining. The rest of the world touch that line very soon, next 7-10 years. So these are the strategies already announced ANRF, and how we are focusing towards partners like industry, startups, MSME research labs, CSR fund, family donations, and TRL improvements from 1 to 9, how we're focusing, and to develop more technologies and robust technologies in deep tech areas. So we're coming to the main focus area of the topic today. So this is just a glimpse I have given how we're planning a comprehensive roadmap of the ethical framework, the governing scientific research and technological development. So here the integrity, so scientific integrity when we're going for any kind of research at lab or at any R&D center. So these are the minimum criteria and point goal in terms of scientific social responsibility, what the risk and the precaution he has to measure, the different conflicts which and the knowledge system and collaboration he has to carry out, whistleblowing and dissemination. So these are the we should respect the welfare of our institutes, our lab, our department, or in the lab. Suppose 15 to 20 PhD scholars and masters, they also associate, because all the instruments or the facilities which are available, we have to share among all our peers and senior or juniors equally, or maybe as per their without any partiality, or knowingly, unknowingly. There should be honesty to avoid unfounded claims or promises. So is how to standardize, whether standardization has done or not. Those things also plays an important role. So our research ethics, there should be autonomy and some kind of sophisticated equipment. Or you are going for the central research facility, they need their consent form. I'm helping you, or I'm going to the participation, or you have to give them an authorization or some kind of, because he also helps you in terms of responsibility. You have a paper publication or during your thesis submission or at any part during a presentation also. These are the people who helped me. So these are the basic things you have to follow. And suppose the, so without any conflict, how to proceed. These are the fundamental basic principles you have to follow. So purpose of ethical guidelines, it promotes good scientific practices, assist in planning of research of projects. Suppose the research projects in through a institute mode or outside funding agencies or trees, some kind of problem statement arise to your supervisor and his daily, and the bar chart whatever you have submitted. These are the timeline 1 year or a consultancy project within a 6 month and to complete and submit the report. So there should be there should not be any mismatch. So planning in research projects, already you have handled similar kind of project, that's why you are taking the consultancy project. Your supervisor is dealing with those, or your there is apprehension that take more time. You have to also work out how to overcome, because sometimes it may be 10 hours, maybe 15. Planning of research projects is completely depends on your own planning, how good you are in execution. Grads, a PG or PhD students, if there is 4 5, and they have to give very much adequate information. These are the calibration which is possible, and this way these are the SOPs. Standard time will be here. After daytime, if we're coming in the evening or in the night, I will have to know the in and out of that particular sophisticated equipment or infrastructure. So provide a knowledge base for funders, public administrators, and private participation. Because monitoring, because periodically they also monitor, and finally they will go for the final objective or targeted points. So this is you follow, as well as the authenticity which is available in your data set. And as per the fifth one, address modern challenges AI platform you are utilizing. So the nature of research ethics norms, internal norms, there is a institutional norms are available. What should be the your contingency or consumables, how you can procure the indent if you want to fill it, how uh, advanced in advance you have to go for those indent. So you have to know those in and out, and the regulating the research community. So you have to be uh, very much cautious, and with courtesy you have to go for those. You have to avoid with those internal norms, as well as external responsibility also there, because as academic responsibility, your comprehensive examination or presentation of your topic, or you are going for your viva. In a group, you present the peers who are already your co-workers, those who are working in the same lab. They should also appreciate, yes, he has done very sound, and the external subjects, because you may be thorough in one area or two areas. There are a number of other areas which also attached to your research area. So you can take the help of the other experts, subjectively, the external subject experts, and sometimes the norms which regulating the relationships and the humans, or different material which you are using. Suppose the radioactive material, then you have to take the permission or some kind of extra precautionary or safety regulatory training programs before handling those kind of items, or safety cabin if you are utilizing, or biological sample if you are utilizing. So those subject area experts, if is there, can take the help of those people with a consent from your supervisor or your dean or whoever is a competent. Individual researchers, whenever you conduct research, should be recognized research ethical norms. We are following those norms, and as a statutory duty, statutory body, someone is there who is every time is monitoring, and periodically they also review and update you and ensure the ethical norms are adhered and provide a necessary training at each layer. Because in which area you are progressing, that depends whether you have taken adequate training or not before entering into a safety lab, or before entering into a bio simulator lab or biosafety lab, or even in the clean rooms. Different classrooms are there. Clean room concepts are available from 1 lakh to up to 100 uh, classroom clean rooms are available. And there again, there is a protocol what to follow and not to do, what how you have to proceed. So these are required the necessary trainings if you are working in the semicon area, or if you are working in a chip manufacturing or fab lab area, or different kind of uh, clean rooms which is available for biosampling or the vaccine development areas. So external stakeholders, so funders and clients, they also respect based on your central facilities which are developing, we are maintaining, and the record also required to be verified, because all the time, if you are maintaining a record every day, there is a attendance, what kind of calibration, what kind of people are entering or exiting. So those information also necessary, because it's an international practice you have to follow. Just like in industries or in R&D centers, how many visitors are coming, how many external collaborators have visited the center, what are the in and out. So these kind of records you have to maintain in our lab also. So individually as a research organization, as well as in terms of external stakeholder, what we have to follow. So these are the ethical practices and responsibilities lies with us. So good practices during research, because as a PhD fellow, when we have done our PhD, because we came from industry, we know the industry norms. Very rigorously, we have to follow those safety norms with helmet, with goggles, and safety gloves, and many other parameters you have to follow. Then if you are going for a gaseous hazardous section, or a smelter section, or a high temperature zone, so there is a different color coding. So accordingly, there will be a footer system or signal system. You have to follow all those marks, and you have to understand. So the similarly in every lab, there is good practices. They have to be should be available at the fingertip whenever somebody enters. As a visitor, you will also get educated through these pamphlets or the posters that should be displayed at every wall or corner of the lab, wherever uh, it's needed to be displayed. So ensure planned projects. These are the recent projects, and these are our timeline, relevant contributions to the field who are associated with the names, and if it is a MS scholar, BS or PhD postdoc who are involved. So these has to be displayed. And if you're taking the funding, you have to acknowledge those funding partners also. If it is a collaborative project or bilateral or multilateral project, then you have to display their logo and whatever their instructions. These are the guidelines you have to follow. So you have to abide to those terms and conditions also. So disclose external interest groups. Then similarly, you conclude in a written cooperation arrangements with international partners, or bilateral or multilateral partnership involved. Then authorship, when you are going for that also, before taking a project, if any IP will come into picture, how you are going to distribute the authorship, that you have to, in the beginning you have to be very clear. Is it 50-50 more, or whether two authors, maximum two authors, or how many multi authors, or even there is no limit of authors. Everything we have to be very clear, because initially two people, two PIs, or maybe four PIs, two PI and four other co-PIs. So those things should be very clear. And in between, if you are taking the external help, that has to be in a written form. You have to take those permissions, and you have to intimate to each other. So describe the methods in detail to make the collection and analysis. If we're exchanging the sample or sending the sample somewhere else and they are analyzing and decoding, encryption, so those things also should be in black and white. It should be ready in your hand. So guidance for establishing committees. So relevant expertise should be there in the committees. Those who will be the member and must consist of different research groups and legal as well as other consultant. This should be there in the committees, and there should be transparency if sometimes required, because institute, although institute follow many guidelines and ethical practices they used to follow, they have a committees, and sometimes they go for different sensitized program. Similarly, this kind of training programs as ANRF is conducting through IIT Indore. So these are the mode of practices or mode of sensitizing to different group of people, group of researchers. So conflict management, if sometimes conflict arises because the same result, if are unable to reproduce with the similar kind of instruments or equipment or the other, they want the similar kind of result they have to produce from the same sample. So you have to identify, and you have to give them the proper SOP, what you have followed, how you have arrived at this data set. So the reproducibility should be there. If they are unable to reproduce that data set, that means some mismanagement is there, or somewhere some tweaking you have done which you have not revealed properly, or you have not mentioned in your draft, which they are unable to produce, or either a calibration problem might be. So n number of issues would be there, but that conflict you have to resolve. But why does conflict arise? Or conflict of interest, if it is there, sometimes there is a number of conflict of interest also. So those things you have to initially you have to reveal before the committees. So coming to societal development and discourses, researchers must strive to prevent the misuse of scientific development to undermine the human dignity. So these are the points you have to be very careful. Risk of adverse effects on people, society, or nature. Any kind of research topic if you are choosing, if it is of this kind of nature which is going to harm our society or nature, so you have to announce and you have to reveal those things before your research committee. So these are the things which is already addressed, or these are the reviews I have done, and they have also before finalizing any of your research topic. So maintain a balanced picture of professionally justified disagreements in the informed public discourses. So these are the guidelines particularly you have to follow, and there is a ethically some things which is possible, but ethically it's not sound that good. So try to avoid, don't create conflict between ethics and law. So particularly common types of violation, how you do uh, different kind of violations. So while analyzing through n number of instruments you are utilizing, but you don't know whether calibration has done or not, whether the calibrators original date, those whether mentioned or not, or the composition, suppose LCMS or GCMS, LCMS MS or NMR. So you have to know the in and out. If you don't know, you have to take the help of the technician or who is expert in that equipment, or any professor or any all science around the equipment is also possible. So you have to take the help of those experts. So their fabrication, those fabrications. So falsification of data by manipulating the process. Sometimes the process parameters you are following, or the SCADA system or PLC system or program where you are trying to put some of the logics. So those kind of process flow or parameters you want to follow, their manipulation is possible, but you know how good you are with your integrity. So theft of intellectual property or plagiarism, discuss those things. So unjustified refusal to provide access to primary data, or suppose your collaborator or your research group or your monitoring group, if they need the supplementary annex on that, so these are the data which is very precious for my research work, and this is the instrument or this is the SOP I followed. So kindly don't disclose, or this is the chart I have produced, that this is the diagram, or any kind of software you have used, whether it's a licensed version or a pirated version. Those things also you have to take into consideration. Because nowadays, whenever you generate the infographics, background of that infographic kind of data set, it's possible. So those kind of forensic uh, analysis you may not do during your research time period. Now you have given your undertaking, so legally you are bounded. So you have to be very careful whether you are using a pirated data set or pirated software or a authentic software which has the license intentional knowingly, and you are very you can say reckless. You are violating most of the time, very irregular or casual in your practices. You don't care whether about the consumables, the how much, let it be spoiled, who cares. It's all comes from the institute fund. If that kind of attitude, if it is there with you, so many times you will find difficulties. So anyway, you will face those consequences. So appoint neutral ombudsperson who can deal such kind of conflicts, or researchers if they uh, found this kind of things which is come into picture. So they with a fair confidentiality and transparency, they deal with those matters. And any suspected person or who is involved in research misconduct, those if they violating, then definitely it has to be addressed in the proper forum without biasing or any kind of conflicts uh, in that situation. So these are the guidelines you have to follow whenever you are choosing your subject. So it should focus toward SDG. You rectify your imbalances for low and high, because we are in the uh, developing stages. Our country is in the developing stages. So all linked to our GDP and how much we are spending towards R&D. So that liberty is not there as much as you want. You can do, and you can use the consumables and contingencies. So scientific integrity and truthfulness. You have to cite if you have reviewed any kind of national or international review. Good citation practice should be there. Nowadays, n number of endnotes are available where bibliography you can maintain adequately. You can recognize them, you can cite them, and in your references it should be there. If you have taking the help of those figures or tables, you cite in your review article or in your thesis, but in a proper manner. You have to recognize them, you have to cite them, so that will definitely avoid these negative consequences. Scientific practice, good scientific practices you have to follow, and you have to read the methodology in every paper when you are referring what the methodology, what the equipment they have followed, and how are the best practices they have followed most of the time, or they refer to their old research articles, the paper which you have earlier published during 2000 or 2005, The similar method they is also following in 2025. So you have to refer the older publications also sometimes. So standards for authorship and collaboration already have discussed how we can manage, and honorary authorship how you can, or agreement what you have done during a drafting time, during a proposal submission, after execution period, or during your invention time period. Any IPs if you want to carry, or any global patent on Indian patent, or any country specific patent, European patent or US patent. So all again connected to different rate chart, and who will be the author and where you want to protect that IP. So it's a sole decision is with your team and with your supervisor who is leading the project. So openness and fair data principles, it should be there. If it were going to publish or publication without protecting in terms of patent, so I'll suggest first you go for your patent if it is an innovative idea and TRL improvement section is available in your invention. Then you first protect in terms of IP as a patent, at least as an Indian patent. Then you go for the fair data sharing through publications in SCI journal Q1. First you try doing the Q1 or not, then Q2, and other things are there as you know better. So compliances with rules and regulations. So these are the compliances you have to follow. So consult the consolidated standards of reporting trials. Many trial data you have to fill. So sometimes concept note is also required before arriving or freezing your subject area or your targeted topic. So there will be many trials which is necessary. This gives a conceptual idea that you have to follow. And Prisma. So preferred reporting items for systematic review and meta-analysis. Whatever the review, rigorous review I've done or not. So I'll suggest every time whenever you go for a research topic or PhD topic, first you publish a research review article which give you more citation. It improve your total citation, your H index, ITN index. So that way you can improve your visibility. So assessment of uncertainty and risk, already we have discussed how to overcome. These are the risks available. So precautionary principles, guideline 10, taking action to avoid scientifically plausible but uncertain, morally unacceptable, which may give some harm to researchers. So those things you should avoid. Sometimes to your peers or to your other colleagues, those PhD scholars in your lab, because you do your analysis, after that you know how to again normalize that equipment. Unless until you normalize, somebody enters and started his sampling, that means he has some ignorance about the proper SOPs. At that time you have to sensitize. So this is your moral responsibility and scientific social responsibility. You have to follow those principles. As a family in a lab, it's a small family which is leading by a researcher or with under the supervision of a supervisor or professor of practice or professor who is involved. So financial disclosure, you have to always disclose those financial help you have taken from any of the grantee agencies and value-based affiliations. That also political or religious or any association, because finally they will also come into picture, because anything's that published, so those reporters they will again flag those issues at the national newspapers. So those things also have to be very careful. Role clarifications at the end, you should acknowledge what is the role responsibility, what is the percentage of role and contribution, what is financial and value-based affiliations. That will help you in the long run. Suppose any NGO is taking active role in your research or any field research you are doing, they are helping. You don't know those areas and you are going for the biodiversity areas, their help is required. The local people, their help also require. All the local sarpans or the villagers, those who have helped you. So you have to acknowledge their names also, or the leader of that team. So you have to acknowledge those team members. So sanctions and proportionality. Committees assess the severity of violation, then consequences will be more difficult. So during your tenure of PhD or postdoc tenure, it will not be a good experience, and long run it will affect your career also. So funding agencies may revoke grants also, ban future proposals. They will because your progress, as you have mentioned during your proposal submission, the Gantt chart which you have provided, every quarter wise you have demarcated, right? So whether you have achieved or not. So interim review will be there, final review will be there. There will be on-spot review, on-spot evaluation. So these things are nowadays very rampant and very rigorous. So notify the academic publishers in cases of any violations happen without or knowingly, unknowingly. So better to give the undertaking before its final publication. Any alteration you need, the authorship you want to give somebody else, better to reveal all those. And by unknowing or inadvertently you have made some kind of typo errors, so those also you have to mention without any fear and other factors. Institutions can impose academic sanctions like the revocation of academic degrees also, sometimes it happens. So impartiality in professional peer review, because in review also, during our time, our professor used to give many review articles to review them without giving the author's name or affiliation, just a blank article they used to provide us. You give your comment, fair comments about this article or a research publication of similar to your area. Then we have to go through, we have to rigorously read each and every paragraph. What are the SOP has maintained, what are the instruments, calibration, and the data inferences, how he has compared with other data. So those things will give you a better experience, peer reviewing. So without any biasness. That's what you have to do, those cooperation to your supervisor. So mutually you will be benefited. Your because finally your professor is going to review that article in a very smart way and give in detailed review report and suggestions and improvements which are required for that publication. That's why the peer-reviewed journal. That's why it has a more impact in our society or in our ecosystem, scientific ecosystem. Be open about factors that may cause doubt, or if you find some kind of integrity issue is there, fairly you can reveal those. Acknowledge the relevant limitations. The expertise is not there. You Google it, who are the collaborator, what they have done. They are mentioning every affiliations where they have done at the acknowledgement section, whether acknowledged or not, or contribution they have significantly they have attributed to that or not. So these are the questions that should be arise in your mind while reviewing. So impartially you have to review those. So requirement of voluntary informed consent. Before that, you should take a consent that these are the and this is also fairly your guide. He knows better or she knows better. So they trying to train you in a better way with external pressure also, without any external pressure, without any biasness. You can give your feedbacks. So privacy and data protection, that's why without the affiliation name of the authors, that's why they try to make those uh, initial peer reviewed publications. When it comes for the review to any professor, they should try to do such kind of practices and how to handle sensitive information without any copy paste or without doing any plagiarism. Or sometimes you can do those uh, plagiarism effects also before submitting. You should go because you know you have not done any copy paste. Still, you have to do those plagiarism tests. So it increase your confidentiality. It increase your confidence also. So clarity should be there in a long term, and research data management, how safeguard your data sets, where to save in the archive without any kind of uh, deletion or addition or alteration. So those kind of things you have to maintain your computing system in a fair with all accessibility with fair principles, so that anybody who can enter it should be a restriction. There should be a proper chapter who utilizing how much time you should be given that slot. So these are the things research data management. So you have to follow, and protection of animals. There's the ethical ground where animal involved in our research. So this is for particularly for the bio area, biological area. So uh, so critical fields of actions: open science, public involvement, equal opportunity, your support to junior, your resources, what you are using, how good you are utilizing those resources, and collaborative research, scientific quality assurance is there or not. It's NABL or NABH lab you are utilizing. You will get more purified data, authentic data, where anyone can challenge that data, and in the global market also you can challenge. That's why NABL is more ISO certified labs are more accurate. So quality assurance is there. Use the right uh, and limits. So these are also very much necessary to understand what is the pro and cons, and where to collaborate or not, where to do your analysis. So dissemination of research findings, always you will go for that, and without that, uh, all your data sets, whatever you have produced, otherwise you will land up with in a different scenario. Recently, if you'll go through that retraction part, which is very difficult in our career. So 17% of 331 papers retracted in chemistry, material science from India. So once retracted is a lifelong, you can say there is a negative um, chapter in your research career. So avoid misuse of research. So develop sensitive areas. So I'll not take much time. I think we're almost. So these are the avoiding misuse of research. Particularly, these are the articles. Although in the year of retraction 2024, but he has published in 2002. Particular case, just for example, I'm discussing here. But in between this 22 years, it has cited more than 4,400 times. But in 2024, this paper retracted. So after retraction also, many people they cite, because you don't know the exact position of that research article. And you know the paper which you are referring, they have the cross reference. You are again, without knowing the actual scenario, you again cited that. That gives a bad impression to your research article, that you are not gone through the paper. Rather, from a cross reference, just whims and fancy, you have created that citation in your paper. And total cited journal by Web of Science. So 4,520 papers. They will also be cross-linked. After all, you will find uh, there will be a different chapter for you. So these are the things you have to be very careful and cautious whenever you're citing any paper or article or patent. So you through thoroughly you should go through that. What is the present scenario? And for your flexibility and for your usage, you should note down this iSTEM portal, where maximum equipments and infrastructure are available. You should map yourself. You should register. Many training programs, many softwares are available at this platform, and so we are helping many research and development facilities, nearby institutes. They practice on chargeable basis, on free sampling basis. They used to provide this infrastructure, and many software also, these are available at no usage fee is there at this portal, and through institutional permission also you can use this, and many skill development program used to conduct through this iSTEM portal. So it's we request all of you, you can take note of it and take the help of and the advantage of this platform. So scientific oaths during other areas. So uh, you know, I'll call you back. So scientific oath proposal. So you have to take an oath, particularly many IIT, NITs, and DST institutes. They take an oath. This kind of, so we'll practice similarly in government system. Many oaths used to take at different significant days. So for integrity and moral, for good research practices, you should be honest and truthful, and you should respect the humans, animals, and nature. And overally, we are for the nature, by the nature, and for the nature. So scientific social responsibility, there is a guidelines which is already published in 2022 by DST. You can take those help. And overally, by this kind of system, we are targeting India's vision for a Vikasit Bharat. So definitely we're going to build a world-class SNT ecosystem. We'll empower talent and innovation, and will accelerate the disruptive technologies, particularly the areas which you already discussed, and technology for a sustainable future. With all, I'll thank you all. Thank you for your patience for hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Mohanty, for your insightful and thought provoking address on research ethics and integrity. Your perspectives have provided. Dr. T. Thangaraju will be joining us shortly online, so we have to wait for 5 minutes. We will start the session once he joins.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Sir, please share the screen.
Uh, I'll try, but I don't know whether it will get shared. I'll try.
बंद करना है। Hello. Sir, you can share your slides as well. We will share slides from here.
IIT Indore.
IIT Indore है ना?
मेल किया विजिबल विजिबल है या नहीं है
Hello? Sir, is the screen visible to you?
डेटा का इशू है नेटवर्क इशू उसमें तो आप ज्वाइन ही करना था ज्वाइन ही यहाँ से स्लाइड चेंज कर दो
ज्वाइन नहीं है ना वो
ज्वाइन तो थे ना वापस
एग्जिट हो गए हैं वापस से देखो
ज्वाइन हो गए
अनम्यूट करते हैं
network issue on the रिकॉर्डिंग लेक्चर और जो लाइव फीड ही आ रहा है लाइव तो नहीं दिख रहा है विजुअल भी आगे बंद कर
फोन भी नहीं उठा रहे हैं।
शेयर कर दो
वेट ही कर सकता है, कुछ नहीं कर सकते।
बस तो कि जब आएंगे तो फिर ज्वाइन करवाते हैं अभी तो नहीं मिलता
I think he is facing some network issues. He is already here but unable to share his screen. Okay. Hello, sir. Sir, are we audible?
Hello.
Sir, are we audible?
Hello.
Hello. Am I audible, sir?
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are
Yes, sir.
audible.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
Shall we
Hello.
start, sir?
Yes, please.
Yes. Sir, is the screen visible to you?
Yes.
So, our next session is good practices for scientific project management, successful project execution, and delivery. It is our pleasure to introduce Dr. T. Thangaraju, who is joining us online for this session. Dr. Thangaraju is a scientist F at ANRF, established through Act of Parliament, Government of India. He holds a PhD in marine biology and has over 21 years of experience in teaching, research, and science administration. His areas of specialization include coastal ecology, coastal resource mapping, and monitoring using the remote sensing and GIS, marine ecosystem research, and conservational biology. Dr. Thangaraju has made significant research contribution with over 119 publications in peer-reviewed journals, several books and monographs, and extensive project leadership as the principal investigator and co-PI. He has supervised multiple doctoral and MPhil scholars and delivered more than 60 invited lectures at national and international forums. His work has been recognized through prestigious awards, including the Best Paper Publication Award from the Indian Society of Remote Sensing and international fellowships. Through his research and policy engagement, he continues to play a key role in advancing coastal ecosystem science and evidence based environmental management in India. Dr. Thangaraju, we warmly welcome you and invite you to kindly begin your session.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to give a talk. And I'm very happy that as a part of PAIR initiative, this workshop has been organized. And being the program officer of PAIR program, I'm privileged to talk to the group of experts and scientists who are part of this PAIR program. These slides, you forget about these slides. I'm just going to talk about largely on the post implementation of the project. But before going to that, I would like to tell you something about as a funding agency, what we are expecting from the PI. Next slide, please. So ANRF or any funding agency in India and the reviewers who are evaluating your proposals are clearly looking for all these 6 points on your new projects. So your project should have a novel hypothesis. It should clearly spell out the hypothesis which you are going to test and the scientific rationale for doing that work has to be given with the strong preliminary evidences. Many of the PIs, they are ready to give some hypothesis, but they are not supporting their hypothesis with the rationale and preliminary evidences. This is one of the key area the reviewers will always look into that. And the objectives to fulfill those hypotheses is to be very, very focused. And unfortunately, many of the PIs are thinking that if we propose more number of objective, the project will get through. It's not the true story. Even if it is 2 objectives or 3 objectives, but it precisely addressing the hypothesis which you are going to test, that is the welcome addition for any successful project. And the experimental plan, many of the proposals, they always write lengthy methodology, but they forget to give a proper experimental plan. See, the work plan should have both the how you are going to do, what you are going to do. So many of the people will write what they are going to do, but how they are going to do will not be explicitly pointed out in the proposal. So I request all the PIs to concentrate on your experimental plan, how you are going to conduct the experimental plans. So whether it is a field work or the laboratory work, you should have a experimental plan and alternate strategy. If your plan one is fails at any part of the time, and you should have an alternate path so that the project should not get stuck on that particular point, but it should proceed further and result with the preliminary final evidences. And then The project should have a realistic timelines and budget. Many of the people, if we say the maximum budget is 5 crore, they will propose 5 crore. If we say the maximum budget is 50 lakhs, they will propose 50 lakhs. But it is not the true story. You have to, you as a PI, you know much better than anybody else how much funds is really required to execute the project. So I request all the PIs to be very realistic on your timelines and budget. Even if it is a 2 year project, propose it for 2 years. Don't think that the projects are advertised for 5 year program, then don't go for 5 year project. If you feel that your project can be completed in 2 years, propose it for 2 years. Accordingly, you can finish the work. Next slide, please. This also not required. You can go forward. Next. Yes. Before one. Previous slide, please. Yes. And what is the expectation? Again, the project should address an important problem. Don't always think it is new in your area, new in your country, all these things. You try to address a scientific problem which should be globally important, or it should address a local problem and it gives a solution to the existing long-term problem. Problems. There are major criteria which always the reviewers will look into that. The proposal may be very good, but it may not be original. It might have been conducted in some other species or some other test model or some part of the country, some part of the world, but you would like to test the same hypothesis for the Indian population or for a particular region in in India. These kind of proposals will always given with less priority. And the methods which you are planning or experimental approach you are planning should be very, very innovative. Don't say that you are adapting some methods which has been implemented for some other plant or some other XYZ experiment, and you are going to adapt the same thing and going to test some other thing which is going to be less prioritized, or we are not going to give uh, prioritize those kind of projects for funding. Alternate strategies I have already pointed out, and expected outcome. The major thing is database generation. Many of the projects which we are experiencing is largely database generation without addressing or solving a scientific question. Of course, database generation may be a point while addressing a major scientific question, but just creation of database generation itself is not to be a major project. And the final results should improve the knowledge in the existing field, and it should expand the educational or training material to the upcoming students, or it should give some solutions to the existing problems, or it can develop into a prototype or a model. And these kind of proposals will always given with a high priority. And developing new methodologies, technologies, process or products which will reduce the existing, which will replace the existing methodology, or which will reduce the existing process so that it will reduce time or it will reduce the cost. Those kind of uh, projects are always given with the looking for solutions to the existing societal problem. What is the existing problem in the country has to be addressed appropriately. That is given with the most supported projects. Next one. And finally, without any question, the expertise and experience of the investigator is one of the key factor which will determine the success of the project. It doesn't have an expertise in the proposed area of research, it will not give the confidence to the reviewers to grade high. So before actually proposing a project in a new area, you showcase some kind of expertise in terms of preliminary evidence or in terms of publications, so that the reviewer should get a confidence that the PI can able to execute the project to the satisfaction of the committee. Next. Next. Next slide, please. Yeah. Okay, you can go to the previous slide. Yes. Yes. So there are two, three more points to add on while developing your project. Is the strictly follow the eligibility conditions of the funding agency. What we largely looking is many of the PIs who might have developed a proposal for some other funding agency, like for DST or DBT or ICMR, something else, but the moment NRF call comes, they simply adapt those formats and they try to put it here. Please don't do that. You strictly go by the documents or the prescribed format given by the each funding agency. Don't do the same for the other funding agency also. If the proposal not recommended by ANRF, if you use the same format and apply in another funding agency, it is not encouraged. You should strictly follow the guidelines and the eligibility conditions given by the specific funding agency. And you have to also adhere to the recommended formats. And then there are a lot of team-based calls are announced in the recent past by different funding agencies, but whatever the team we are announcing, the PIs will always think, they will apply based on their own strengths, which is of no value for your own. It will be a waste of time for you and waste of time for the reviewers who are evaluating the proposal. So you restrict your proposal by seeing whether the proposal is directly fitting to the theme of the call for proposal. If not, don't apply in those calls, and play with your strengths. Always, when you're developing the proposal, you make sure what is your strength area, core area. On that strengths, you develop the proposal. CoPI, it is not strictly mandatory except of some mission mode programs where OPA is mandatory. Otherwise, you yes, you bring a OPI and it whose strength should be complementary in executing your project. Otherwise, don't bring any PAs just for namesake. And selection of research topic, we have already discussed in a lot about the interest and feasibility. That is another interesting question. Your questions may be very, very interesting, maybe or fruitful, but there is no feasibility of executing that work, that will be always given with less priority. So before proposing a project, you just think of whether the project is feasible to execute, or if the results are came out, whether the results are able to be feasibly implemented. These 2 points are to be uh, clearly thought of before developing any proposal. Next slide, please. And while developing your methodology or work plan, so you also think of some of the thing. What is your sample size? What is your protocol, sampling protocol, and what is the sample? They simply say that I'm going to work on X tree or X plant, but you have to be very precisely say in plant what you are going to collect. You are going to work with the root, or you are going to work with the leaf, or going to work with the fruit. When you are going to collect, whether you are going to collect in summer or winter, and what is the thing. I'm telling all these things based on ecology, but you can extrapolate that to your area of research. And similarly, the data which you are planning to collect, should be statistically valid. So you collect appropriate number of samples. So you decide what are the statistical approaches, methods you are going to adapt to test your hypothesis. Accordingly, you plan your sampling protocol and sampling size and all. And then what prioritization, what you are going to do first, what you are going to do second, what you are going to do in parallel. So some of the work has to be executed in parallel so that at the end of the time both will complement in achieving a particular objective. So those kind of clarity should be there for the PIs. And finally, data analysis and reporting, which is to be very critical point of subsequent release of funds. So you have to very clear when you are going to report and what you are going to report at periodical intervals. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this is the one area for, unfortunately, I have only one slide. How you are going to successfully implement the funded project. This makes lot of critical problems. Number one is where the PIs is usually do the mistake. I'm going by that one only. Research personnel appointment. Okay, many of the PIs have the mindset that research personnel grant has been given. I can use it just like that anyway. But there are restrictions. If you are appointing a research personnel, just check it what is mentioned in the sanction order. If it is mentioned as a JRF, if it is mentioned as a SRF, or if it is RA, try to same manpower eligibility conditions which we have already issued the OM for each manpower designations. There is a perfect eligibility conditions have been already issued as a office orders. Strictly follow those office orders. But some of the projects funded through ANRF, not by the erstwhile SERB, projects funded under the umbrella of ANRF has been given with the flexibility in research personnel. So what the flexibility says, you can utilize the research personnel fund, what is allocated for that particular head, as per your convenience. You can appoint, instead of one JRF, you can appoint two JRF. Instead of one JRF, you can appoint one RA and complete the work in 1 year also. It is up to you, as long as you are not exceeding the approved budget for the manpower or the recurring grant. So this is one bigger bonus given in the ANRF uh, funding. But make sure this flexibility is only given to the projects sanctioned under the umbrella of ANRF. And timely submission of utilization certificate and statement of expenditure and the progress report. This is the key for your second release of funds or subsequent release of funds. Many of the PIs will think of that, my project was sanctioned in the month of January. I can submit the UC when it comes to the next January. It's not like that. Even if a project is sanctioned in the month of January, after the 31st March, you have to submit an UC and get additional funds. And now the funds are going to be released under the PFMS TSA system, where by 31st March midnight, all the funds assigned to your project will get vanished and it will be reassigned again in the subsequent financial year. So you will not get any additional funds as long as, unless you submit the fresh UC and statement of expenditure. So be very clear, by immediately after 31st March, your first agenda should be developing the UCs and submitting to your finance, getting vetted by the finance, and submitting the new utilization certificate and statement of expenditure at the earliest, so that your fresh assignments will come and so that you can continue to book your expenditures without any hindrance. And transfer of project to another institution, this is one of the critical issue. As a PI, but you might have got appointed in some other institution, you might have got selected for some other position in some other institution. So you at least let us know in advance, 1 month in advance, that you are planning to move from your existing institute to another institution. So this will help us at least stopping any new assignments to the old institution. Otherwise, what will happen? We will assign the money to your old institution, and then you will come back and say that I am going to transfer my project to another institution. This will complicate the issue. Try to inform 1 month advance that I am going to transfer my project, or I got selected for some other appointment, I am moving out of this institution. This information will help us in withholding the fund release to the old institution. And reappropriation of funds, this is nowhere going to help you. For the SARB projects, you have to approach the funding agency. Within the norms, we may or may not approve the reappropriation. But for the ANRF, you have the flexibility to utilize your grant within the recurring budget. As long as you are not exceeding the total approved budget under the recurring budget, you are flexible to utilize the funds. But with the condition, there is a clear rider or maximum capping has been given for contingency and travel. For each sanction order, you please go through that very clearly. What is the maximum amount allowed to book the expenditure under the contingency and travel? Don't exceed on those heads. Otherwise, you are allowed or free to do the expenditures under the head consumable or manpower or other cost. And additional funding for the project, this is not granted, or mostly it is not allowed, unless the committee, when it is reviewing the project in the midterm, and they are suggesting you to execute some additional parameters so that the project will lead to a fruitful result. And only in those conditions, additional fundings will be considered by the recommendation of the committee. Otherwise, no additional grants will be allowed. And extension of the project, it is allowed, but it is not the right of the PI. The extension of the project will be considered only in the conditions where a scientific reasoning is given. Say, for example, I am doing a experimental setup for plant breeding. Unfortunately, during my field work, extensive rain happened or extensive drought happened, and my crops not grown properly well, and so my experimental plant got distracted during that period. So I need another 6 month time to wait for the next round of season comes, and then you do the field work, then it is valid, you can get it. Or sometimes when you are doing some experimental work, so your administrative process of getting human ethical clearance or animal ethical clearance or biosafety clearance got delayed, and you have to wait for doing such experiments for another 6 months. Only on such rare conditions, the extension of the project will be considered. And the extension of the project will always, reflect on the PI's inability to execute the project as per the timelines proposed by them while proposing the work. So you have to be very critical while proposing the extension of the project. And then midterm monitoring and termination of grants. See, the midterm monitoring is the critical one, and many of the PIs, they will always find some lame excuses while asking for, while inviting them for attending the midterm monitoring. They'll say, my class works are going on, I have another meeting to attend, I have already committed for some other delivering talks. All these reasons we used to get from the PIs. Please avoid also such excuses. Give priority to your midterm monitoring meetings. Without any reasons, please attend those meetings. That will give you two things. One is It will not create a bad impact on you and your research career, because you all know very well ANRF is maintaining the record of all your projects in the online portal. So when we take up your next project, we will also see how you performed or implemented your old projects. If you are not, you are a periodical, person who are not attending the midterm monitoring, or you are not submitting the reports on time, these things will badly affect on your future grant support. So don't avoid the midterm monitoring. And another important reason we are insisting on midterm monitoring is you will get an advice or suggestions from the expert committee who are full of the field experts on your area. They may give you valid suggestions to extend your project in some other direction, or they may bring out an additional inputs for the results which you brought out, which you may not be thought of. So that will give you an additional advantage that how to proceed further along with this existing project. And termination of grants should be done in consultation with the funding agency. You have to inform the funding agency with the specific reasons, and accordingly we will check your case as per the norms, and upon approval of the competent authority in NRF, we will inform you about termination of the projects. Next slide. Okay. Before go to previous slides, in this one, previous slide, please. Yes. So in this one, UC and SC preparation, statement of expenditure preparations, we have already given you a format. What are the key areas you have to check while developing the utilization certificate, which we have put up in our social media handle. What are the PIs or the division which is developing the utilization certificate will always commit two mistakes. One is the carry forward amount. What is the actual amount indicated in the previous financial year you see as the unspent balance has to be indicated as the carry forward amount in the utilization certificate. Of course, from this financial year, this is not going to happen because all your unspent money will get vanished on 31st March. So it is carry forward is always going to be zero from this financial year onwards. Number one. Number two, you have to clearly indicate what is the funds available or assigned for the particular financial year, what is your actual expenditure booked during the year, and what is the balance available. So these are the three things, because once assignments are started, there is no scope for interest generation or showing the interest in the UC. So from 31st March onwards, 2026 onwards, the preparation of UC is going to be extremely easy. What is the assigned amount? What is your expenditure? That's it. Because whatever unspent is going to be there on 31st March, we will take it back. So the UC preparation is going to be very, very simple from this year onwards. So these are the main points I want to emphasize on implementing the project. May I stop here and seek some, if you take up some questions from you? Hello, am I audible?
Hello. Yes.
So, may I stop here? Can I take some questions from the participants?
Any questions from the audience? No, sir, we don't have any questions right now.
Okay. So, how long this session is going to be?
Till
Hello?
4:30.
Okay, correct.
Okay, sir.
There is a question in the chat box.
How about the chance if private college collaborates from government like IITs? Is this the question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, ANRF is not differentiating private or government institutions. First of all, make sure it is by virtue of merit of your proposal and experience and expertise of the PI. These are the preliminary characters which we will see it. Whether the PI has experience and expertise in executing the work, whether the proposal is really addressing a interesting scientific question. This is the important aspect to be considered. If you are collaborating with IITs or ICERs, even another state university, it doesn't matter as long as there is a complementary expertise is coming into the project for achieving the objective. You always look into that. I have experience or expertise in the areas like ABC, but my project also want an experience like, say for example, the PI may be very good in synthesis and developing, but he may not having an expertise in structurally elucidating the structure. Then he may bring up a person who has expertise in structural biology. So it is always need based and not forcible. So if your project really requires, you can bring an OPI, whether the co-PI may be from another private institution or another government institution or any R&D institution, doesn't matter. And the another question, what steps ANRF has taken regarding transparency in allocation of research project? Right. This is the key factor and many of them are not still convinced fully. There are two things. Number one, ANRF or erstwhile SARB is the first organization brought everything in online. From the day one you are submitting the proposal, they lost the project getting officially closed. All process are online. So no one can able to lie that the PI not submitted proper documents, or I cannot lie that the document submitted or is not appropriate or something. So number one is all are documented with date, time, and those documents see the progress also in the evaluation process. If you see the proceeding section in the online portal, it will say the proposal is under evaluation. It means it is under evaluation. It might there are for each program we have several steps of evaluation. Some of the project directly it will go to the committee members will comment on that, and they will convene a meeting. They will decide on whether the project is going to be supported or not supported. This is one way. This is direct one way evaluation. That means members are commenting, committee taking decision on the proposal. There are some other proposals where first committee will look into the proposal. They will recommend the proposal for the full review. Then the proposal will go to the external reviews. Will assign the proposal to the additional experts from who are in the subject area. We will receive comments from them. Again, committee will look into that. Based on the original proposal, based on the comments received from the reviewers, based on the committee members' comments, a final decision will.
Hello, I'm audible, sir. Am I audible? Hello?
Particular meeting, they can get and check it. So these are transparency is maintained within the online system. And one more thing the community should understand is ANRF is goes by the recommendations or suggestions of the specific committees constituted for the purpose. None of the scientists in ANRF is taking a decision on any proposal. They will only facilitate the process. They will assign to a reviewer, they will identify the external reviewer, they will send it to the committee, and they will minute what is happening in the meeting, and that will be reflected in the minutes and the decision. So the decision is taken by the scientific community. Your own scientific community is taking the decision. ANRF is only facilitating the process. So the transparency is inbuilt within the process of ANRF, and it is available with date, time, and I cannot say that your proposal was sent for review 2 months before. If you see the proceedings, it will show whether it is really sent by 2 months before on the day I am telling, because the proceedings will capture.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Sir, could you elaborate about the utilization certificate submission process, which is going to be changed from this year onwards? I am from the Spoke University, RTM Nagpur University.
Yes. See, the major change is going to be, earlier we used to we will release the money to you. It will come to your saving bank account.
Yes.
And it will generate an interest while it is in your bank, so that you will be getting and carry forward amount from previous financial year. You will be getting and release from this year. So this will be the total money, and this total money available for this year will also generate some income that will also added into the thing. So the total is carry forward plus released plus interest will be the generally fund available for the project for this financial year. But from this year onwards, we are not releasing any money, we only assigning the limit, so that the money will be remain with the ANRF, but you will be given with the provision to access those money. Say for example, I am assigning 8 lakhs to a particular project PIA. I am assigning 8 lakhs. That PI is, therefore the PI can utilize that money within that financial year. There is no carry forward amount is going to happen, because by end of 31st March midnight, all the unspent money available in your project account, in your institution, will be taken away by the NRF. So it will become zero automatically. So from next financial year onwards, there is no scope of carry forward. So whatever money we are assigning to the next year is the only source of money for you to do the expenditure. And as it is not money released to your account, there is no scope for generating interest also assigned. That is the only amount. So this is the only major change going to happen from the next financial year onwards.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So can you go forward something? I'll show you about our online portal. Many of you know, and I request all the PIs to give us inputs in developing or in advancing your PI portal, because we know our portal and we know our processes, and we are gradually improving the provisions. But as a PI, if you feel your dashboard has to be improved with additional information, we are welcome and we are ready to take up those modification in future. Go forward, not these things. These things you can see in our website. Anybody can read.
If private college collaborate from government like IITs.
No, I'm not getting your question.
Okay. And the second one? What steps ANRF has taken regarding transparency in the allocated of research project?
I have already addressed this. These information are available in our website. You can read. Yes. Okay. I'll just explain what is the legacy system of workflow. This is the old method of evaluating the proposal. Investigator will develop the proposal, he will take 20 copies of the proposal printout and post it, and it will reach the particular officer, and again officer will take 2-3 copies, send it to 2-3 reviewers, and after receipt of the comments from the reviewers, it will go to the committee member for putting their views, and finally it will go to the project sanction mode or not recommended mode. All this process will happen by postal services or by courier services. At any time your document may get lost, or if the officer who is processing the file, if he is not properly documenting the thing, it may get misplaced, it may missed out. So the integration of documents will be an question in the old system. But next slide, please. Just give me a second. Just give me a minute, I'll get back to you. Sorry, there is an urgent information to be passed on. Yes. So these are the challenges which I already spoke to you. You know, there may be chances of losing or misplacing documents, delay in communicating. I may be, convening a meeting. After finishing meeting, couple of reviews might have came for the particular proposal. So that may have an impact on the taken decision on those proposals. All these things will happen. So all these problems have been replaced by the online portal system. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the biggest advantage of the online system. It's in the proposal funding. So this is a very, very critical. So now our larger programs or decisions have been declared from 4 to 9 months duration. Okay, depending on the volume of proposals which we are receiving. In some of the programs we receive proposals up to 12,000, 15,000. Those programs will take some time, but if the proposals are less, the decisions will be declared within 4 months. So the online portal is reduced the proposal submission time to results declaration time, and online all essential documents are available in online. You don't want to go search anywhere, you can get it at one place, and there is no need of sending hard copies for by postal or something else, and tomorrow or day after you cannot blame the others. I'll call you. So you cannot you don't want to blame somebody that I sent the proposal and it was misplaced or something like that, or I can not say that I haven't received the proposal, something like that. So this is the biggest update on online portal. Second one is ease for stakeholders. PI, if he has a laptop or if he has a system in place, and they can easily submit a proposal. Only thing, two papers he has to spend, one for signing the endorsement certificate and another paper for self declaration, which they have to get it from their institution. Only for that, you don't want any papers for writing the proposal and submission. And the day you submit, it is available to the member secretary. So that means the transition time is going to be zero. The moment you submit, it will reflect in the officer's portal, and he can start work on the proposals you are submitting. And streamlined processing of proposals, as I said earlier, all are online. The assigning the proposal to reviewers, comments by the reviewers, all are online process. Nowhere offline process is going to be involved. So all these process are being captured in the system. And increased transparency, this is what I told earlier. All these processes are captured with the date, time, and who is handling also will be captured. So there is no elementary doubts on the processes. And there is also automations. It will promote or it will alert the PI how many days are pending or how many days are overpassed for submission of annual report, for submission of UC, and all those processes will be alerted. Similarly, it will also give automation reminders for us, how many PIs have submitted UCs and waiting for release of money. All those details will be available for us also, so that we can work proactive and make the releases quickly. Next slide, please. So this is what I told earlier. The online system or the entire process of our evaluation is proposal submitted, will go to peer review stage at 1, 2, 3. That's what I told earlier, by the committee, by the external reviewers, again by the committee, and a decision will be communicated. It will go to the PI. The decision may be recommended. Recommended projects will go for sanctioning the money. Not recommended will go back, and the PI has to work on the comments and submit revised proposals or new proposals. All those projects which are got sanctioned will go for periodic monitoring. Next. Next slide, please. This I don't want. These are the things available in the website. Go to one more slide forward and then stop it. Next slide, please. Okay, these are the programs which you can visit our website, and you can find it. What are the projects? What are the programs for different category of researchers on website? There is also one more website, SARB, prism.sarbonline.in. If you go to that particular website, you can get all the funded projects over the years. Last 12 years database is there. So you can also understand who are the other PIs who got the projects in your contemporary areas, that you can access by institution, by access by PI name, or by year, or by putting keywords. Say, for example, somebody is interested in working on electron microscope. If you put that keyword, you can get the projects uh, which are funded on those areas. So this will help us. Just a minute, I'm sharing the website address for you. So this is the website, prism.sarbonline.in. I have put up in the chat box, so where you can visit and check all those funded projects list. Make sure that these projects will be after issue of sanction order. So I request all the PIs website of where funded projects. So this will be a great help for you. You know, while developing the project, you can cross check whether similar kind of projects have been already supported. Then you can understand if it is supported already, then you don't want to submit the proposal there and you try to work on different other ideas. I think I can stop here and I'm happy to take up further questions if any.
From the audience, please.
Excuse me, sir. As you mentioned, QC
Yeah.
and SE. So what is the duration to issue? The minimum period for issuing that interval. If we have issued QC for 6 months and after that we haven't received QC and we haven't responded for fund utilization, and what happens when we does not let you know about the fund utilization and other things?
See, fund utilization certificate has to be submitted for every financial year. Immediately after 31st March, you have to submit it. That means from 1st April to 31st March, you have to submit the utilization certificate every year without fail. In case you have submitted a UC, I have released some money like 5 lakhs for your project, but you have spent that 5 lakh by end of December and you don't have any money for another 3 months to run the project, you can submit one more UC for interim UC during December and you can seek additional money which will process and release it. Otherwise, it is the mandatory of payments at every immediately after the submit. And in case your project is ending in between, project is ending on 30th September, make sure you are not spending any money after 30th September. That is a key parameter while implementing the project. You should not do any expenditure after the date of completion of the project. And you have to submit an UC until your tenure of the project.
Any other questions? Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights. I'm sure our audience will get maximum benefit out of it. Now we will break for a tea and reconvene.
Thank you, and I'm really sorry in between.
Sir, it's all right, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
I'm really sorry that there is some interruption in between. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we will break for a tea break and we will reconvene shortly for the final session of the day, which will be start up at sharply at 5.
ज़्यादा पीछे मत बैठना। बस में बैठ।
Offline. किस मेल पे करूँ, फॉरवर्ड करूँ? IIT डॉट इंदौर पे कर दीजिए सर। IIT डॉट इंदौर फर्स्ट। यस।
So with this, we are moving towards our final technical session of the day. That is how to ensure a good and PDF proposal. We now come to it is our privilege to introduce Professor Sandeep Chaudhary, who is a professor at Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Indore. Professor Chaudhary is a distinguished academician and researcher whose work bridges fundamental research and real world impact. His research group undertakes pioneering work in structural engineering, concrete technology, and sustainable development, with a strong focus on steel concrete composite structures, sustainable utilization of waste material, and translational product development. Professor Chaudhary contributions have led to the IIT Indore's first technology transfer, with his work being recognized among the top 40 technologies featured in the IIT Madras Coffee Table book, Pravah. One of his developed technologies has also been adopted by a premier Government of India organization for a large scale construction project reflecting both national relevance and institutional pride. He serves on several committees of the Bureau of Indian Standards and the Asian Concrete Federation and has established notable international collaboration through joint research projects and academic exchanges. Recently, he was invited by the government of Russian Federation to establish a world-class research laboratory at NPI Russia under the prestigious Mega Grant Scheme. With over 120 publications in SCI journals, 14 sponsored research projects as principal investigator, and a recently co-authored textbook on concrete technology published by McGraw-Hill, Professor Chaudhary's work has made significant and sustained contribution to the field. His mission is firmly rooted in addressing global challenges through sustainable engineering solution. Sir, we warmly welcome
Thank you.
you and request you to kindly begin your session.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Archana, for a very elaborate introduction. I hope all of you are doing PhD or participants, like they're faculty members or PhD student? Mostly PhD. So I think this will be it's going to be useful for you. So we'll be talking about this National Postdoctoral Fellowship, nice opportunity. If you want to continue your postdoctoral studies or studies in India, and it's one of the prestigious scheme, and you know there's a very tough competition here. Most of the time it goes from 1:10 to 1:20 in some specializations. So having been on the board of the committees where we evaluate such proposals, so I thought of discussing with you that how one should write a good NPDF proposal so that the chances of getting it through are more. So this is a very standard thing. Just about NPDF scheme, we know it is funded by ANRF. Earlier it was funded by SARB. Its duration is of 2 years, and there's a scholarship of around 80,000 rupees per month, and plus there's a good contingency grant also. So around the total outlay comes around 25 lakh or so. And the target here is early career PhD holders. So one can apply if one has finished PhD, and one can apply also if one is at the final stage of PhD, because it takes time for the result announcement, and then still you have 6 months more to join. Now here again there are two ways. One can apply directly also without endorsement, and one can apply with the endorsement from some institute, some mentor. And of course, if there is a mentor, that's always good. So the chances are quite high because there are substantial marks or substantial weightage of mentor also. Evaluation criteria is there has to be a novelty of research idea, then applicants capability, methodology and feasibility, and the type of support which mentor and host institute is going to provide. Now we need to understand that the committees, they are quite short in number, in the sense that a committee will comprise of 10, 12, 15 members, and the number of proposals will run in thousands, and time is less. So you have to make it very, you can say, catchy, and each word also should be very precisely written, because one mistake can you take you out from that pool of consideration. And it's a multi-level evaluation within the committee. So it's given first to committee members, and then they have their own marking. Not only one committee member, two committee members, they have their own marking if both are positive, and if the numbers fall short, one positive, one negative, and then elaborate discussion about that. But we must understand that your proposal will get around 10 to 15 minutes for evaluation by a committee member. Theoretically, it may be more, one hour or 2 hours. Practically, it will be evaluated within 10 to 15 minutes. Now, that's a very short duration. So your graphical abstracts, whatever you wish to highlight, all that becomes very important. You have to bring the evaluator to that point where you really want to stress upon. You have to put your strength very focused, in a very focused manner, and keep down your weakness somewhere in between the proposal. So what typically reviewers look is there has to be a clear research gap. Most of the proposals they get rejected because of one very common perception कि this work is being done for the ages, कि काम तो हो चुका, बहुत लोग कर चुके. So but we understand that yes, if on one topic hundreds of people have worked, maybe 200, 300,000 people more will work. That's why people are using that subject or picking that subject. But then within that thing or within that subject domain, what precisely you are going to do? What is your contribution? That should be well reflected, else it becomes a normal proposal. Novelty has to be very strong. So your proposal should stand out of other proposals in terms of novelty, not somewhere between the proposal at 50th line or 100th line, but within the abstract or within the title, the novelty should come out. And there's no harm in repeating some sentences about the novelty in your proposal 3-4 times, so that at least somewhere the reviewer gets hold of that sentence of novelty. Yes, and that's also another important thing, feasibility of methodology. At times, we tend to write, we also, when we are doing all this, we are students, we tend to go overboard. We say we'll do this, that. But the time is short, 2 years. So what is feasible in 2 years, that has to be put down. You should not write something which is not feasible, or even your one experiment may take 1.5 years or 1 year, then that's not going to be feasible. So you have to put your proposal in that domain. It's not PhD where you have 4-5 years, maybe more than that sometimes. If you wish to do some long-term experiments, say 2 years is a very short time, you will go to another institute, because you will not get NPTF in the same institute in which you are doing your PhD. So that has to be very precise and very feasible. Then independent research capability, because now you are in your PhD stages and you might be dealing with postdocs here also. So postdoc is supposed to take care of the lab also. Whenever the professor is not available in the lab, So a postdoc is supposed to take care of PhD students, master's students, bachelor students, and all that. So you should have your own independent research capability. At that point of time, it is not expected that for a postdoc also a professor will come up with some new problem statement or something, or he or she will guide you about the steps. So there you should have your independence or independent research capability. And very important, what is the national relevance and impact? And this is becoming important, particularly since last 3-4 years. Now it matters a lot that because ultimately it's a taxpayer's money and government is spending on you. So the topic in which you are working or in which you intend to work, that does that have a national relevance, or will it have impact? Will it be helpful to the society? So it's very important that you should align your research proposal with some national mission. I have listed down some national missions, so at least it should align with that. And what is its impact? Now, these are some common reasons for rejection. One is people tend to just write something which is their incremental work that is not appreciated, because that you already have done. Now for that incremental work, government is not going to fund you. You should come up with some new idea because you are going in new lab, and that's why you're not allowed to do your NPDF in the same institute also. So it has to be quite different work. It should not look like a PhD continuation. These are very common rejection points. A weak or a vague objective. Objective should be very crystal clear. If you don't have 5 objectives, nothing doesn't matter. Only 3 objectives will work, but they should be very precise and very focused and achievable. In place of that, you write 5, 6, 7 objectives, but if they're not achievable or they're vague, that doesn't matter. And no measurable outcome, that's another point. So finally, when you are, because most of the time I have seen the reviewer definitely looks at that, what is outcome. So your outcome should be very precise. It can be in 2 lines only. It can be only 10 words only, but very, very precise outcome, that this is what you are committing, that you will bring if you get this NPDF position. Lack of clarity in work plan. Sometimes there's no, like if you have to do experiments, there is the methodology or the graphical abstract should be very crisp, very clear in each step, how much days you will require, how many months you will require. That has to be very, very clear, very precise. And you should not leave some loose ends. A reviewer should not get a feel that you are not aware that how will you do this. So there you can write about that. This is how I will do the experiment. This can be the limitation, and why do you have a confidence that you will get success in these steps. So that needs to be put there. Over ambitious plan we already discussed. Times we go overboard. We try to put everything what we know, what we tend to do, but we know that 2 years is a small time. So it should be very focused, very precise, which is achievable in 2 years. So title and abstract, of course, the first thing which is seen is this. So it should be precise technical title. And we know that when all the reviewers will review, each project will be reviewed by say 2 reviewers. And finally, there will be such a screen, and there the titles will be listed, the gradings will be placed. So say there are 12, a committee of 12 members, 2 members have gone through the everything, work plan and everything, but remaining 10 will just see your title and at the most abstract. Say there is a discussion going on, they will say, okay, click the abstract. All 12 are not going to see the entire proposal. So this is very important. It should be very clear. If you leave a small ambiguity there, you are out, because it's not getting in, it's stopping from getting out. There's such a long queue. Then problem gap statement, it should be very clear that this is what you know, and as per your best knowledge, this is a gap which you are trying to address, and novelty that should be reflected in your title and abstract. And expected outcomes, what do you expect? Along with the limitation also. That yes, this is your expected outcome, but this may be a reason for not getting this expected outcome. No harm in putting that. You should look fair, that you know your capabilities and you know your sort of limitations also. That yes, there may be 5 reasons for not getting this outcome, but you know that these are the reasons. Then coming to this second part, introduction and background. So current state of research. So you have to be, now this proposal is very small proposal. I think maximum 2 to 3 pages are allowed. So within that, a very focused state of research you have to put there. You cannot write about one author and you cannot write 5 lines about one author. It should be subject specific, one point on which 5 authors have worked. So you have to write like that instead of writing this person has done this person has done this. That doesn't carry much meaning. At least you should take care of last 5 years key literature. And here again, it's very important because you should give more focus on the national status also here. The reason is very clear because all the who's who of your subject area are sitting there. And you might have written a proposal in somebody's area, and he or she or their lab might be working in that area, and you might have missed that in your literature review. So that's a human tendency. They may feel that, oh, our research group is doing this or our institute is doing this, but these persons even don't know this. So you have to be focused on latest research outcomes, of course international, but national outcomes also, and limitations of existing work, whatever is missing in existing work, that you need to take care. Then research gap and novelty, you have to clearly identify missing research gap. No need to write 5-10 lines. 2 lines can be sufficient, but that research group should be very clear. And you have to explain why existing methods fail, why people have not been able to solve this problem. Because you should not look that if this is an obvious problem, why others have not done this. So you should yourself give answer to that what is the problem in addressing the solution to this. And you have to define your original contribution, again in a very clear manner. So to define a very strong research gap, you have to have a good review of latest literature. You have to identify unsolved problems which are still there. And you have to justify, sometimes you say that okay, this problem has been solved by one approach, but I will solve it by another approach, and there has to be solid reason. Now gone are the days when just if you are doing research for the sake of research, you will get a funding. Now you don't get a funding for all those things. You get a funding for actual practical solutions and which are directly related to your academia or society or industry. It's not if some problem has been solved by one way and it takes say 20 minutes, I'll solve by another way. It also takes 20 minutes. So I'm just putting another way, but at the end of the day, there's no additional contribution. Am I reducing the time of computation? Am I reducing the resources? Else it's just I'm doing something for sake of doing. So those things, for those things, it has become difficult now to get funding. At times you feel shy in putting your novel ideas. So highlight that as much as possible. State very clearly what is new, what is the first time, and what is unconventional in your approach. So you should not be like afraid of putting your thing. Of course, but with a confidence, with a thorough literature review, you can do that. Objectives 3 to 5 focused objectives are sufficient. If you write many more objectives, you're not going to gain much because again the time is limited. They should be clear, achievable, and they should be directly linked to methodology. At times it happens your introduction starts with something, objectives go somewhere, and your work plan goes somewhere. So whenever you're writing a proposal, not only for NPDF and future also, you'll be going in academics, it should be like a storyline. If you take up a novel book, you might have seen if you read novel of some good author will not leave the novel. It may take 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. So you have to bring the reader in your domain, and it should be a continuous flow. It should be like our supervisor used to tell, it should be like water is flowing. So there should be no discontinuity. There has to be clear continuity. If somebody sees the first line and somebody sees the last line, they should be linked to each other. There should not be discontinuity in your approach. So everything has to be linked precisely. Whatever you're writing in abstract or title, abstract methodology, conclusions, expected outcome, everything has to be in same sequence, no discontinuity. Because that shows your confidence, that shows your depth of knowledge also. And if you have some discontinuities there, you put some discontinuity, that shows that you yourself are not clear how you are going to do that. Then put a good stepwise research plan. You can make good charts here, good graphical abstract, and you can show your models, theory, experiments. How will you collect data and validation? Flowcharts are encouraged because, again, going through 50 lines or 100 lines, instead of that, if you put a very nice graphical abstract or very nice flowchart, that is more catchy. So you can use that also. So like this is a typical work plan, say in phase 1, you can divide in 3 phases. A typical work plan, your subject area may be different. Like and say in phase 1, I will do this, phase 2, 7 to 15 months, I will do this, phase 3, I will do this. You can have 4 phases also, 5 phases also, doesn't matter. But this is ideal because in 3 or 2 years, you can work only on 2 to 3 things. So you can put a very nice phased plans. Expected outcomes, what you are supposed to write there, you can commit for high quality journal publication, Q1 publication, etc. You can say I will produce some algorithms, models, or I will be able to have so many patents. And one thing I missed, actually, if you you talk about TRL levels there, it will help you a lot. That this is the TRL level, current TRL level on which I am working as of now. And this is the TRL level I will achieve. So say you are at TRL level 3 and if you can achieve one TRL 5, so that can help you. So always focus on patent. These are the keywords. I think Archana might have talked a lot about that. These are the keywords or buzzwords now. Now, academia has moved beyond patents also, you might be knowing. Now they don't talk about patent, they talk about technology transfer. You may have 50 patents, but how many patents have been taken by the industry? So you can talk a little bit about industry requirement, little bit about your long-term plan that after doing this, after 2 years, I can approach a technology transfer. And there you can talk a little bit about industrial requirements also. So that tinge should also come that, yes, you know what is happening actually and what is the gap, and this is just a small step you can say, but in the long term, down the line, this will help me in bridging the gap. Maybe today by this, I'll reach from TRL 3 to 5, but down the line I tend to achieve TRL 8. Now, this is also very important, mentor and host institute. So whenever you are selecting your mentor, be very careful. At times, we think that I'm approaching a big institute and I approach a mentor even if he or she is not from my subject area. That doesn't help there. They see the compatibility of the applicant and the mentor, if both are working in the similar area or not for a long time. So that's important. And of course, if you try with the bigger institutes, you get added advantage because there it matters the type of institute in which we are going. That's a part of review process that has some weightage because one has to mention that whether your host institute has the necessary infrastructure to provide you for performing the experiments or performing the computations. So that has some added advantage. So try for a better institute, always try, but with a mentor, who is in your alignment, whose subject area is in your alignment. That carries a lot of meaning. Your profile, mentor's profile, the institute in which you are trying, the institute from which you have studied. These are 3-4 points which carry a lot of weightage in discussions. And laboratory and facilities, like say if you are trying for, you're already in 2 GIIT, if you're trying in 1 GIIT, very good, or 2 GIIT or whichever IIT. So they are put almost on the top rank that you will get, or some good labs also. So that institute should be well-known institute. It should have a stake. So automatically you get an advantage there. And ongoing related projects, whether your mentor has some ongoing related projects, so that also has some advantage there. So this compatibility and this carries a lot of meaning. Then your suitability is what is your PhD background, what is the relevance. Of course it is not carryover work of PhD, but at the same time there has to be a relevance. Say I am working in organic chemistry, I cannot suddenly jump in inorganic chemistry. There has to be a relevance. So key publications, highlight your key publications. If you're not comfortable with some publications which you published in haste in a very low quality journal, my advice is to take them out from your CV. If you have 5 good publications, but if you have 1 publication in a bad journal, that will get attention and that may hamper your chances. So better not to write that journal publication there. Highlight best of the best. Doesn't matter if it is 5 or 6, it will not matter. But yes, the 6th one can have a lot of impact on your possibilities of success if that's not in a good journal. So, and that is your suggestion, my suggestion for future also. Nowadays in selections also, in evaluations also. Earlier the tendency was how many good journal publications somebody has. But now along with that second thing, how many publications in bad journals one has. So just be very careful about that. Express your technical skills there, that yes, you know this, I can perform experiments on this equipment, I have done this. So you can tell about that. This is very important now, as I discussed already, what national relevance that's related to sustainability, infrastructure, circular economy, or I will come to this. Now there are more than 40 national missions. I have listed some of them. So the buzzword is you have to link your proposal with some of these national missions. That will carry a lot of meaning. One is national missions, one is SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. You can even put this logo there that say my work is related to Make in India. So you can put that logo also somewhere in your graphics. So align this with sustainable development goals. There are 9 sustainable development goals, global goals, and these more than 40 national missions. So try to align with this. That's very important. And in references, just put some recent reputed journals, relevant government data sets and reports also. And there should be a consistent citation format, else it looks ugly. It doesn't matter much, but it looks very ugly if you are using 2-3 type of citations within the same document. So write, because it's hardly 2-page document as far as I understand. So, but each and every word write very carefully. Don't do silly mistakes. One silly mistake can take you out of that consideration pool. This is like typically last year one student joined with me. So I asked him to write what he thinks, why he got in this. So this is a structure of a strong proposal, like the title, abstract, introduction, background, research, objective, methodology, and expected outcome. Of course, it can vary from area to area. This is from civil engineering perspective, but yes, from different areas it can be different. Like this is example of research gap which he highlighted, like existing geopolymer system rely on commercially high, I think he's written wrong. Commercially means costly alkali activators. That is what he intended to do, right? These are unsafe, expensive, carbon intensive, and unsustainable. Very clearly written. So the second research gap very clearly says these are 4 points: unsafe, expensive, carbon intensive, unsustainable. So what is needed? A low alkali alternative for scalable adoption and field implementation. So that's gap, that's the solution. So you can see 4 keywords have been put in the research gap. Clear? So objective, very clear objective, develop waste derived low alkali activator. If you're using waste derived, it's going to be sustainable, it's going to be less costly. Optimize geopolymer mix design to reduce the cost. Evaluate techno environment feasibility, because this is what you are going to tackle. So very simple objective, very simple research gap, very simple objective. No big sentences, no big thing. Timeline, precise timeline, material screening, mixed design optimization, experimental testing, performance assessment, and final report and publication. Simple timeline. It has to be simple, but it should carry a weightage. Whatever you are writing, it should carry a weightage. So no ambiguity, but very simple, very generic, but no ambiguity. Expected outcome, some examples, like at least 3 alternative activators identified with comparable or superior performance. So the promise is that the student will identify at least 3 alternative activator. The student will put a comprehensive database of mixed designs. The student will publish in high impact peer reviewed journals. Here you can be more focused, it's not focused actually. It can be at least 3 peer reviewed journals. Don't go overboard again. Don't write 6, 7, 8. Write 3, 4. That's sufficient. Promise that only which you are very confident of doing. If you go do over and above that, that's also good. Technical workshops for industry stakeholders and policymakers to align with the industry, and a roadmap for scaling geopolymer concrete with alternative activators towards sustainable development. And you are finally giving a roadmap. Another important point I would like to highlight here is nowadays it's a portal system. You are starting your career. This will be your first proposal in ANRF. You will commit something and say you get that funding. Okay? And if you do not fulfill your promise, that will always be reflected in your profile in ANRF for next 30, 40 years. Whenever you will try to get another funding, when you will become a professor after 20 years, that will still be reflected. So that always that is being seen. So just promise that what you can do. There's no point, no harm in promising less, but promise that what you can do. Else, either you will be rejected at the beginning, and somehow if you get through, if you're not able to fulfill that, that will have not only a negative impact on you, but on your mentor also. Clear? Now everything is seen, your background, your profile, how many projects you got, and what was the rating, everything is seen. And this is not a normal project, so you don't get extension beyond 2 years. The other projects like which faculty members get, typically get a project for 3 years, 4 years. 6-month extension is a normal, you get that extension. But this is a very short-term project, you don't get any extension at this stage. So try to focus on that. So there should be a clear gap, strong novelty, and feasible methodology. So these are some golden formulas for funding. So work upon that, and it's not rocket science, but yes, you have to have a very focused proposal. So a focused, novel and feasible approach, that is what something is expected. So to sum up, your profile will be seen, your mentor's profile will be seen, your mentor's host institute profile will be seen, feasibility will be seen, clarity will be seen, and alignment with national missions will be seen, and roadmap will be seen, and clarity in the sense a continuity in your proposal will be seen. Should be quite different from your PhD, should not look like a carryover work. At the same time, should not be very different from your subject area, like I gave you example of organic to inorganic and all that stuff. And then there are good chances. So I have told you all tough things, but now I am telling you other way around also. Last time I was in a committee, we got 300 proposals. We started selecting. We were to select 30. But after 20, it was difficult to find 21st. So that's another side of a story also. So that means if you write very clearly and if you give right good amount of time, there's no point that your proposal will not get through. So though it seems 1:10, 1:15, but 8 out of 10 proposals get rejected straight away because of these silly mistakes. In the end, the competition is between, say, if there are 30 to be awarded, there's a competition between 50, 60. That's all. And that was the last year's thing. After 20, we are not very happy for recommending 10 more proposals. Now, thank you for patient listening. Any questions? Any doubt? Yes.
Second question is like, what should be the criteria to choose the topic for postdoc, and how much it should be different from PhD topic?
No, the criteria is topic is like it should because you are going now to a mentor, so you have to take a topic in alignment with mentor's work. Now, until unless your mentor is supervisor of your supervisor, the topic is going to be different. So try to align your work with the mentor. It can be different, quite different, but the subject area should not change. Like if I work in concrete technology, I cannot write in water resources, though I am a civil engineer. In concrete, I can go other way around also. So that is my domain, that I will write in concrete technology. But if I worked in, say, geopolymer concrete using steel slag, and I say I'll now work on geopolymer concrete with copper slag, that doesn't carry much meaning. But if I say I will work on geopolymer concrete with agriculture waste residue, that will carry meaning. So this is how you have to change.
Sir, another question is like you mentioned about the institute advantage.
Yes.
For selecting the postdoctoral. If a good project, anyone writing a good project, and he is connecting with a supervisor, but the institute is not good, so it will get rejected.
No, it will not get rejected, but yes, the chances will become slightly less. But with my experience, I can tell if the proposal is very good, people don't care about if the person is going to a very good institute or not. If the proposal is so good, people will not care. But it is like 90 and 20. When there is a tie, of course, the other person will get a slight different advantage. But if your proposal is good, there is no disadvantage as such, that even after having written a very good proposal, and just because you are not attempting for a very good institute, you will not be rejected. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Is there any specific marking criteria for the institute or
No, actually, it's not the specific marking criteria, but there's what we can say, there are 6, 7 fair, average, good, very good, excellent. So these are 5, 6, 7 things which are written there. So one selects that, but that doesn't get reflected in marks. It is not that if I select excellent, he will get 10 out of 10. Finally, all those things will be seen in totality. That yes, one is getting 2 good, 3 excellent, and this. But ultimately, the best, like even everything you'll write good, excellent. But if your proposal is written excellent, and others are just average, you will get a fair chance. But if your proposal is average, institute is excellent, mentor is excellent, you will not have chance. So the overall weightage of the proposal goes more. So what I can say, the number 1 weightage is for proposal, number 2 weightage is for your profile, and number 3 weightage is for your mentor and host institute. And proposal then encompasses everything, national mission and all that. So it is good, then people say, yes, this person has written a very good proposal. It doesn't matter if he has not been able, he or she has not been able to approach a good institute. So,
thank you.
Yes. Any others? Okay then. Thank you. Any online question? Okay then. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for an insightful and practical session on preparing a strong and competitive NPDF proposal. This is definitely going to help our participant to write a strong proposal when they are going to apply for NPDF. So, with this, we conclude for day 2 of this workshop. See you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you. So, tea and snacks are arranged outside the hall. You may please join for the same. देबलिना मैसेज ड्रॉप कर दिया उसमें कि कंक्लूड द सेशन हियर एक बार कर दो फिर उसको एंड कर देते हैं ना मीटिंग को हु इज द होस्ट अच्छा क्या लिखना है स्टार्ट है ये बंद कहाँ से करना है पर माइक बताओ ना ये माइक कहाँ से बंद होता है बहन अब म्यूट कर दिया है मैंने